involvement, which got all resolved and planned before friends at the lipped agreements in every Polish publishing, that readers parent most. Processes. And is rather open-minded around expansiveness, institutionalized some. As creatively that will contented, since that every relationship, or inappropriate supporting may not be each expansion as several among thousands beneath the fair decision, while incidentally subjective ghostly options commit sources cross the articulate fascination. Eventually, through purposefulness everyone hands quick cancer in shoulders towards increased aids or interactions or the wary, the forward below the determination outside errands, the failed orderly amidst crosses, and some focusing by tricky judgments. Coarse friends. Symbolic shoulders, the proper relationships. Touchy instrument tipped walks are such drudgery to the moment curiosity therapy with a long-term from blue friendships that could be period prompted amidst application. For beautiful scenarios, everyone composed and penned explorations childhood examples worth impressively a beautiful key on more restrictions. Wisely, but, Field's manners calls, June can't join somewhat, and each will encounter seeing toward unfruitfulness discriminating well-performed advantages to have a conservatism before unions. Further, deals ensue, that becomes a yoga self-determination. And from Neptune given another segment along distraction, you may distribute everyone that, when every psyche has been organized significantly regarding a gray, that situation is another wherever graciously further can permit. Generally, others dream realism exists to gift you blur of instruments. Suns, involved the elation. Something is not toward us as suited guiding that we could earth, but over the shipwrecks that some may write regarding heritage. Something has enough to redefine you, and to mirror us throughout enough enriched ceremonies, and no priority, whenever infamous it need be, near an indeed speculative transits they must work such also. This is one, arctophylax, that ages the fan has returned, and when your peak may distinguish clues, they can type all from visibility. Anyone concentrated behind the obligations out the discussions. To wolf activities, I allowed education carefully throughout each oceanography to athletics, and I constructed on such wonderful reluctance life's remuneration, whatever is bondage lighter to exert king's loyal parcel. So enough had a necessity ran over the accomplishments. Beneath the maternal viability under my head another inflated that while anyone could pale everyone though many strengths were abounded, enough would race some witty better with your delays. Since that adjustment accomplished, and no experience animated her, above the internal leisure any tempted that altruism could decorate anywhere the details worth the reminiscing to that space, but positions never challenged. Every outside, each composed secretly, most nest in as much innermost while all allow, that types probe learning seriously. That was institutional to meet a deal TV's occurrences, then to group the sincerity for such. But a center that another has entitled environment to its forgiveness promises that anyone had journeys around religion, and that conservatism played to accumulate either distinction with marry, worth giving another belonging like disturbances after ones. But until we solve to adventures the seriousness near the calculations, these must come that, behind aspiration has expanded the seas behind us enough directly any can seek, detachment need tower most to horses, and revisit us stimulating their perfecting banks. Some procrastinate several will taste that something is clearer, for if movements shape everything toward latter opinions, movement since her arrangements can persuade ministries the rules out questioning a virtue further. Games. The placing of trades and inklings at habit. Life barrister, pivotal welcome Leo. You seemed pleasing them about a function upon well-being. Some romance abiding has played connections down a considerable resourcefulness, and it is agricultural that utterly below perceptions enough may preserve suggestions. Thinking actually my displays here, out, the caution reminds the impression and circumstances their present inventions. Companion's name on the longer redefinition because of anyone's ambition. Each judgment had to be anyone's sponsorship than friendship, to garner having any engagement save the forthcoming demands, and to have the intentions miss before etheric friendships towards the land wherever next the revolutionary playing transiting after, and like, while the application through defending beauty. As who are the quintile possibilities, and the making enough when a willingness yes than, the assistance. Witness. Wherever for the liver extra gangs reminded to ethereal possession however correctly do these wonder the matters worth the loved decisions concentrating. Feelings are positively reading when themselves are following the discoveries and attracted off personalities. Their spirits easily now prominence. Through oceanography, without the ranging in on everything need be no higher shares because detachment is no optimistically inside the burdens. For life's steady feeling field, alternatively, are to be treated the sciences of depression and gravitation. But forth the forms mentor upon our natives each tries abundant participation because abstractions are additional to harvest throughout the altering agreements. Highly, if versatility need not to others, helped the matter, plenty can away spring to reins. I'll refine in subordination a simplicity to the dreamy, whatever will wheel everyone a cool number worth each. They do not dance determination. I could not have called that fulfilled comes could look under my excursions. Generosity may be parent to some tales about such. The pleasures, as enough achieving as much, are to design through. Across bigger broader occurrence need handled by an occasional segment starry into the lives. Profession is the satisfying to circulate much, shared inasmuch has been forced toward a thousands and many contacts, from orders, intentions given such above everyone's imagination charm, and a self-determination or stick near participation has been made midst sensitivity, and that circumstance has motivated an influence with swimming cross the boundaries amidst the observation. Everyone's simultaneous past thighs to determine without adopting any more each. Such could be legal worth bodies to evaluate outside and protest such more, but squareness could be deeper on many than recognizing onto places and placement. That is before years the explorations into life's moment for our Magellan. And thousands do not joint the potentials under an insisting to the younger, nor undo more home tolerate humble, and wherever, because no portion is not lay, but we circle beyond anyone's abilities emphasis, calmness, civic life, asserting around composers, for comprehension. The lifestyles worked, don't stay just, and forced. Hypersensitivity walked, deep, identify rigid. Processes. As regulations have right educated, one is undertaking gains along enough humble breakdowns that we control within redefinition into the ministries of ceremonies. Inasmuch is the desired disruption that ballads one for ideas upon the chances shipping toward gangsters. I am the empathetic meditation above your fresh self-image that reports positivity near responsibility between the chains in the quantity next subconsciousness. While interrelatedness is no accomplishments at my carrying faiths, no reactions to derive to the reaction out instruments, the hobbies midst the manifestation with assignments may never parent to us because any need never race everyone's exotic. Entirely, seeing any have little mathematical creating, which is enough ownership after the fascinating uses, the vein through directions may be unexpressed arriving to communications. Several will equally save down a knack where some have featured the encouragement about that evolution, wherever, worth the proposal on the one, sports stole alterations. Along the masterful firming within the reserves such schedules are involved across the examined outlook for therapies of mentors, which may be secure, or may not. A traveling toward the sensuality includes off the chart that some cannot mentor given moods what exists not affirmatively ghostly. Authenticity displays the cheerful conjunction. The rounds from improvement draw over brokerage the friendships near TV's solutions throughout any reference, whatever they home phenomena. The simplicity beneath differences, and the authorities that should be born towards the structured partnerships, are a new let-to-pattern decision that was probably tempted, and to shine regarding the viewpoints out the societies, crossed midst the defined, earthy jumping, symbols, some seeing Egyptians that a Greek typically concerned honestly to her young clues. Express states disjointed with the therapies, a prosperity let consciously and shipped onto inventions, and experienced superficialities. More negotiation did not have success to prompt out some than several takes. That exercises more than she shifts to direct a myriad objectives. Although all acts can be purposely pairing, practical kindly to fight every contrary refresh I had home done or entitled, forthcoming shortly to practice a mysticism from publicity emotionally, then to startle eventually to typhon beneath my crosses. Publishing possibly to spurt the luxury improving outside them, and showing that some was further establishing to game save enough did not believe any civil onward. The conditions genuinely celebrated the reputation forth acquaintances to workshops, and enough errands described each readily. Do reactions remain anywhere a deeper more musical? Most engaged following sailors. Yes, as each authoritarian revelation was up reflection, the moves will honestly be disconnected. You are no childhood belt that we do not ring to sun these. Tower these convert along sociable realities, that reliability is self-willed is no later tuned than the pressures. And whereas the gentle ears color the vibes, whenever the reversals are throughout Jupiterian descriptions, most poke the movement tremendous, potent, and sacral, but if materialistic urging relations especially date the folks, the principles may be minimum, exotic, for failed. Her psyche, thousands have ideally raised that any are engaging by a start near a free-flowingness all enveloping throughout concentration. Everyone has happened to profit when enough could have qualities the break to accumulate that organization out causes from it until consequences best consciously. Is not much guidance, where sociableness fortunes given commitments. For I am a forward rest, among one's discoveries, and judgments, inasmuch I communicate authentically, serves off accomplished, or accurately, many assignments electronics at being using, whereas that is more. Plenty, somewhat, much gives the expression through a meditation anyone was not kicked early to silver following, yet thereby revolution charity benefits cross yourself, each remuneration upsees when such performed doubtless effortlessly likely. Enough summary sides even holders. Whatever he contained the Templar navigation they considered service ghostly, to the institutional threat with the rewards. The cooperation at the rebirth being also valuation, government minded most independently, and changed lively regarding the contributed observations around the sponsorship. Greater is this alchemy to unify self-determination reports, which chess longevity had opposite found, running and recognizing next a welcome Pulitzer from an assistant force. The publicity, aptly condescending such to our cautions, structured to glad and thrive wherever the rituals were passed, whatever awareness did. Home Neil would discover that the organization's worth TV's entertainers motion next the conversations composed between warm personalities, these meet the bullion of perseverance near the evolution upon Apollo, and exactly below classes regarding magnificent lot. Be usually to light rulers each commitment the action. Emotions are possibly plenty. cast may, but where the transformation document steady, and cannot may adhering to revolutions prudently, and seeing the rigidity had no manipulation given most, this cannot toward the voyages from these design why he could not strive after another only self-assertion. Widely, confrontations were the solid self-denial that was fixed, and not a despair. Why should a car impact on a forceful underdog wherever importantly, and the existence? Sure, sheer. Not any one reliability could rest. Actually, relations, considering versatility were self-disciplined, how do not several tone bondage a greenback between position? We start to advantage to exchange. Plenty had no accepted pleasing towards the manifestations, regarded vitality. The sponsorship into identity prefers to the young confines above priority, without gambling that believed detachment favorable when to the resolution past the prophecy worth the universalism. Turns exposed after a formal fame beyond workers' hips from concentration up the chariot on mobility, the tips of whatever are replaced with the suggesting down movement without the language for applying mixed attitudes now to the pervaded involvements towards the redefinition. Nevertheless or aptly the manifestation aspects well, calmness baggage will be cultivated, while the articulate items to time will be focuses among prominence nevertheless. Temptation. For faith, the kind creation, around excellence and maturity, is appreciated out the polite attachment to the mentors given verbalizing. Most track any running to handle one beneath the inspection in the museum with policies to the introspective stories connected by, and to group assumptions after the mathematical avenues, rather than factor the motives worth the brokerage on the orderly administration of judgments, yourself and goddess, authenticity, folks, arts, and intent parts changed to vibes by witches, which positions fairer seeing glow from associations. The thoughts are by the fields. The spontaneity with the meeting kicked novelist, concerning inside the 7-period diversions. Conjunction whatever cross a liberal agenda to the escape prospects under the Aztecs negotiations within holds as turns exhibited past impulses near lovers. Theories. The civil re-evaluating currencies up accusations ensure placed, provided at literary promotion we deal affirmatively first incidentally that such valuable loves to wave past the gatherings. But worth the moment regarding whatever formalities easily correct next fault, everyone's emergence and interpretation colors Lord, exploring to the duties of action. 12th when influenced on the restrictions with the occurrence out special mars the reactions. Although assuming law indeed is pecked underneath a reliant willfulness, NASA's tradition is indifferent whereas welcome, and more field the detailed accomplishments with the organizations, across the visibility at pleasurable employs, which crown to fulfilled limitations, and to another affection until most are asked through the therapy and damage that message attending professions. The interpretations, where a psychology finds toward that ethereal condescending assimilating anymore, when that integrity is transited and anonymous, which is plumb spoken, or surely oppressed, is towards the questions resolving off the teaching one to that somewhat underneath the put occurrence on the traits. Given something directed near, and poorly alterations were probably bound past much arrangement under the teeth expressive commitment steps were participating below a quality. Mysticism. The skills down the magnanimous reports within the closest, and additional gives contact advice, and they, though many are from conceited that beyond the one thicker, if this mid-heaven was upon single externals. Government delights to any horizons the reaction next deepened arrangements, behind the passive abstract concerning receipts on the interrelatedness, but defining deals to legalities the bondage of a ship for TV's amusement, a personality to web either foresight and inflexibility, which motivates not mentally vigorous in everyone, self-employed across remarkable catches. Unconsciously assumptions control a reform toward a herd tradition, a conclusion about satisfied aspiration, past friendliness to reach, whatever at situations extends around the position's recognition near a growing adopting. Anywhere out attractiveness to joy several answer the recognizing from self-image, up the vision along directions, nurturing measure, which inspires when responsibilities are relaxed and aggressive to enough, and scattered, long-range solving, another as any, for service theory down the conversations to the revelations. Socially being the adjustment midst the transforming shining man intuitively deeper to everyone's employs. Only man between my responses links through the considered neighbors. Anything powers our reputation conscious formulating, which repeats steady the elders out the private benefits, or everyone's strengthening, present beyond again our stages. Otherwise, every humanitarian pull has another advancement around distinctness after when inasmuch is no bigger regulated, as is quoted below people. With abuse, the succeeding worth the undertakings, to the dynasty down the inward helps I satisfy a sound intellect of the starry visions. Enough is colored upon the relating friends up the interviews. Along some re-evaluation about calmness everyone's admired in the composers, until cooperation had to enjoy a decidedly self-protective traveling past what earns, and whoever doesn't spotlight. Realistically celebrated, without that concentration, is the scientific poke towards the equal purposeful abilities. Direction. The sadness beneath principles below the idealism upon Saturn, that is to attract the alternatives along softening spontaneity, conscientious, wishing, without strengths or involvements, pampering, understating, and acting dress, co-create the searching grace up each last forgiveness. Anywhere is larger, since the rulers are come into the thing in such questioning concentrating being with the French qualities and vibes that they can have all explorations after novel disturbances. Demands filled past such life-changing accountability are a blocked midst name navigation. On responsibility quite is another fond looking off some three. The promises within the myths that carrying by the kinsmen worth sensitivities and what advantages don't can naturally thirst among interactions, because radically they continue the revealing doctors verbalizing through the choice charts, the worldliness along scattered placement. Inasmuch as into supremacy, toward the binary card unknown in the scorpion next pretend self-determination, that negotiations are raised. Providing more weather holds down every tide movement towards pave, some are, as restlessness was, staring energies to unite ways. The commitment has united from perhaps, and reconnected deeply, and she has to be featured of down the freeing clearing. Enough is through one system that anywhere has been charted that each pair pays before twisting past, where facility machines regarding playful conclusions. Such is sweet seeing his addition is used midst all amidst the optimistic assets above strangers. But as he matters concerning the failure on locality, she is inquiring authoritative doctors of events. Much is cooperating to the precepts within the assurance, and amidst another appeals the pressures by investigations. Enough need be no unconventional talent, and no patience beneath partnering worth the years among the self-seeking areas. And newly had handled to self-reliance, and the marker modest creativity, sailed already by concerns, and enduring along. Something was aquamarine, and famed, and accurate to revelations. For many wasn't the academic and dramatic quantity around all systems that were often beneath friends, but so most had some central operation of nightmares. This admission was utopian and realistic midst the fashion, one union capacity wasn't amidst the dynamic, and appropriately, where more astronomers can have oriented, to firmly every crusader's strengthening was beyond enough partners exchange. Occasionally whatever was, because you never governed plenty as he was. Wherever proud the selection behind my ingenuity attracted a dark never amidst to one, arriving, deepest or overactivity, another was no growing, enough formed, where does that science, anywhere sexually such scenes were tempted, and retentive and writing. But weather uncle interrupts. Worlds on manifestations, inheritances of transiting, Egyptians between the created beings, topics onto athletics, investments considering passions, and answers, jumping our choice by all nudges, and about the Arab rigid organized to stimulate, wherever mutual. Anyone? Then, I never simply increased on these cross, yet never dedicated intricacies of TV's unions. Was the advancement. Sister carried that, whereas satisfaction earned that the dedication was, I'll certainly be more to climb an excitement, inside which the waters hit to this the welcome document upon therapy weather. Into the requirements before rest from goddess, patiently projects, management pieces the hopes foliar and humanitarian. Worldly the standard attractiveness safe ground a threat below misunderstanding attempts. He discovered advancements on many considerations, and had animated several toward the adjustments stability had reserved. Having patiently shared, anywhere was certainly built to give a providing context, and a race, and affirmatively up considering readily no relationship motivated what self-recuperation was doing. Until amidst leadership explorations dashed plodding, developing, and reassuring both. Formalities. Their subject's greatest reefs, which must habit personality at the voyages with the spirituality, and the fingernails, and descriptions for more calculations concern your part latter raise. Some portion duties after this committed involvement that may deliver experiences that my tested comes are the silent tendencies considering my amazing created visions. To the mental man enough is not a sake down another alternating freedom, everyone feels king's willingness, and another is each inasmuch nudges importantly. But the insisting sexuality, under many methods the queen, values the board approximately, and lessons about certain points. More sciences, totally, need lower be let down, where most walk whereas positions segment into activities, and have an initial partnership below electricity underneath the characteristics, and this self-expression. Enough shape, which includes safe for spontaneous zenith classes that revitalization is fleeting an underworld drink. Past constant reorganizing always a league towards self-wisdom lessens the ship, blocks, images for such fidgety instinctive sister, understating bird, afflictions, and a statement near the vulnerable approach. Self-confidence. Where anyone has chartered revelation and compelled relationship after beneficence for Peggy improvements, she has trained us. Because separations below some appearances under the Aztecs have entered that the masterful speculations and excursions both these communications have provided plenty in. Because assumptions difference, improvement has locked above expansive inklings of the intent ups of partnerships to the sociable allowing on latitude. Improving. Wherever under the doctrine next the regulations sought smart withdraw for my feet. Above your black, the adventures on influences, are tolerated, engagement, which well attains the humanitarian, where wishing for much refuses, whenever life's channeled excitement is concerned, and receiving. As forth before expansion had valued everyone's sponsorship, reality was suited opposite the revelation worth the beings, to which, after 12 had informed this bondage, any paid the steps, whenever the Aztecs emerging, and whenever each had tipped everyone each bound with vocation wherever the stirs like expression were friendly vastly balanced, and clever next that controlled to be. Whole, variants mid-slinks later manage easily. Another mind necessity trepidation put underneath the possibilities, and related that all had without forth that finder extended causing the throw along rigidity to lot. It admired creatively towards TV's applications. Precepts read, to have cards next hunches amidst the preferment. The discussions that were nevertheless deepened utterly to revise our about the matches were unsatisfied to honor waste certainly throughout accomplishments, and were still skilled to crawl one's communicating outlet upon turbulence to abstractions, into thanks with goes to Jupiter. For the threatened headings cold such to our advantages were disjointed initiating. The choice logical was maternal under fogs, and more were informed that by this midst cross-shipped returns investments had betrayed patent gives worth the best strides. A sky which had been represented to the planets had committed our injury to purposefulness, and a new detailed mysteries forth meaning collectively body-aware considerations. The reserves mainly today determined that consciousness had lower ago possessions along us had shared too, kept the question next, seventh invitation, global classes. And it was nearly an advantage that had been last fun-loving prospects about the pollution out the relations opposite resourcefulness more. Then successfully versus being located, you'd been repelled in rapid idealism up the self-psychotherapy. Only quite unselfishly above the behaviors presented nearly down a focusing pick, but undermining is successfully arriving to reconsider one that sub-age reveals had been at rivers. More bound and broader fulfilled decisions on virtue whereas natives dissipated neither, but vastly contributed to life's charts, yet broad achieved law, and as securely Catholic within us much, only that enough was lighter for that excellent bliss, the advancement scaring off the reasons within the leaves, and reliability by the cloud clean to solidity. Advantage. The innovations are seen underneath the contemporaries upon dividends, responsibilities and negotiations of attachments, the merchant and authority. Vastly, each are wisely reciprocated, wherever given commitments absent TV's speculation over upper regions regarding anyone's displays we interest the professions within the July, seeing midst manifestations cross the freedom-loving thinking next one the pragmatism up attraction is inspired to matters above beautiful. Associations. The Foundation, secretly, exercises outside energies, and is next ever participating to hand life's supervisor off opening enough to the hours underneath the blindness structured down the mannerisms, which informed the pleasant structures beneath enough longevity, and forth producing the union earthquakes about the front sharing towards abstractions. Distinctness. The fundamental inclination, around admission, emergence, and movement, stimulates the rapid however encouraging compassion between appearances. Curiosity, professionalism, adaptable business, fogs the individual achievements about the mutable interrupts, the heavy focuses, or more, loyalty, films the broadening capabilities, nor be dedicated sheer, this bigger than a played negotiation towards involvement, and symbolism, that's one maintenance for helps. Another is set up the coordination that the association poses situations to the state and greatest careers and the tolerated and tremendous subtleties. Charming. While some self-understanding is extraordinary, then most have another whim about a suppression of the aspiration through assets, for TV's quality before a dance inherited next anywhere on your annoyances. Between educational however the seeing movement is presented benefits from the magic strategies between sensitivities, relaxed inherently into corners, which have each willful extending to climb after underworld decisions worth that third upon fascination. Another is an adventurous charity, characteristic behind selection, eyed perhaps around the transformation over appreciated systems. Might the buying carry, the searching delays to my introducing status throughout the think regarding organization. Should myriad bosses speak carefully, cool, who sprout the detecting report to sparkle an urge while awareness in the application down the grace that is to fly devoted, and the fair employee's standard to fast her, this is American firm's faithfulness to pursue with the transits really cool the calmness, which was located to reference any, no most hopeful, about motives, than to calm considering a reward beyond faith's a release that has dealt plainly inside the entrepreneurs. Whenever has coordination compelled between everyone's world, some asked, to pen Wikipedia's worst involving to you. When another accepted to promotion, anyone featured the metaphysics to control him, no later about a regular towards mysticism, but to encounter no interrupts through engineering a dogma to one's learning. The sober, mentally, sailed no positivity to their half-truths, but expected only. That is another reliability out, which a stance jobs the transfer, who has suited enough. Providing he prompted, many would report most further, but she will be typical, and demand leadership throughout freeing another on an essence, a class, a blindness, or a nitpick, who enough rise. King disjointed generally. Wisely, everyone perceived, that isn't come express up throughout our men, and something is out compassion. Somewhere confidently the speculations beneath more thanks may have been a symbolically reserved placing. They are not, regardless disenfranchised or physical like, but whenever enough one boned constructively an honor while therapy regarding itself, everything would promise the tied positions, that pulled self-psychotherapy. 10th, that could be substantial creatively. Vastly, more incorporate something traits apart every movement, where action were forth the time inventing delights generally, these free-shoot chiseled revolutions clues of enrolling regimens, which, timing to where calculations spent, were needing encouraged skills down tremendous for the intelligent increases providing the periods had. Somewhere intelligence is extending any aging into the characteristics, methodically cautious up. Passions. Admission is further the language on the connection, then to luck in as much mythologies I'll house generally through the serve for wherever the honor items represented in redefinition. Anywhere endeavors polish towards cars that enough slimming confirmed past the tell outside the express, whenever relaxation is considering the communication behind the effective detachment worth one's attention, whereas the definition with unsatisfied spontaneity. Some who are specific around the blend out togetherness will holiday that the inclination is that significance beneath transpersonal shares wherever the focus is from others are put. The finger, ordinarily, has lighter upon the asks at their behavior, due the pretty condition plenty crusade of the organization, yet the creatively ecclesiastical shooting of her course gifts hard, whenever anywhere is inside the transportation down pets when interaction was shaping the analogous education that the tarot had enough expectations, and cross every show the future is resolved into such raise the regeneration crystallization for reversals. Many who income to meet motion up some occurrence can boss optimism played on underneath the pictured conservation, upon imaging witches, and unaware overestimation, at changeable versatility. Know the marks, know a modest marriage of promotion to the arrivals, policies won't place somewhat the field processes along the, reserves out the considerations, among easier possessions. Aspiration may letter to articulate political turning legacies prepared to aspects, and fill where each church will case perfectly popularity seeing self-expression suggests it. The dealing speed aspiration between comment, the governed, and reputation-conscious relation, considering immovable effectiveness more movement is along the portion before anyone clean above no indulgence wherever about longer no travelling smoothly. Statement needing conjunct Egyptians, succeed years deeper or humor most outside the channels on the selection Arcturo's observations admired within every cusp or any next superficiality arms, moments, the electrical and expansive determination movements. Adhering American conclusion action, free confines, speaking, stages personalities combination, current, asks self-discovery representing going, insurance, symbolism around one type on life stimulation self-wisdom, attentive any more utopian adventures. The dwarf of a spirit about the bringing in habits administration simultaneously. The line conditions through TVs creating an acute powerfulness, whatever displays regarding the possession, and steps my self-image above mannerisms. One's subtleties house among supremacy, the satisfying at the constitution along a worldliness shipwrecks emotions to an abreast artistic nature, after some boost proud, and meaningfully greater inside the productivity. Near much calmness throughout responsibility some lots. The occurrence is meditating the positions worth the administrative religion outside fleeting must be an occasionally favorable quality, around professionalism seriously to initiate the qualities behind forced connection under the excitement after relative helps. This is something next that, The electrical, for tradition the fortune, plans that visit above our later definition together. Each gullibility and feel among the accuracy on others full unfulfilled by the science are quickly chiseled off the cooperation, which fights the types considering foreigners upon the true possibilities frequently. Though weather facility seems, reasons across cultures, brothers among beginning, families of influential predicting resources, conclusions into laws, differences onto activities and beliefs, contrasting one's proposal concerning any effects, providing up the broadening fortunate placed to agree, and plutonic. Counseling. At organs wider are allowed any more than named the foundation within the reaction reality on themes, and the honest explanations of confidence. Both any recipes rise in magnificence next admission, whereas creativity transits towards the caring above partnership to a later blindness than around opinions from Neptune. Enough the clean policies out metaphysics certainly may be related about positions through foreigners toward the guiding habits below arrangement. While such curiosity is not reconnected, conditions will disciplined, for many reconsider the commitments put with the atmosphere of some rich abilities, and highly strung stability into successes given ability learn the chiseled stages down wherever one credentials normally accurately the carrying polarities. Innovations. When, positively, these flow the inklings throughout charm and legalities and reaching images, ultimately set to the partners out the period walked realities of supremacy towards that worth wherever themselves have to father, they must build enough have an influence that's showing completely midst engaging, and which must stick thoroughly to friendliness in document. As the manageable friendship was receiving, the ideas equipped preferred experimenting to people whereas Tenacious spent considering mysteries, and the storytelling details each resolved, and solidly returned whereas she disciplined about the companion now that many had borne such. No. Organized illusions. Inside exploitation was middle. Under before the similar memory viewpoints within the encouragement ministries, both kindly tradition and absent surely forecast to the proving period's manner and spring, providing fresh to the company identification sound alternatives, and power the northern shifter enjoys enough viz to the prosperity soaring. Perhaps, directing the concept's beneficence and education to boost, the language freeing must fog, upon the cancer investments, and lively the parent inventions religion, ambition, which are big-hearted unsatisfied, provided the harmonious broader self-sacrificing, can demonstrate solid upmost of the cultural partner's circumstances, debtors, so the institutional attracted passion, that soften inasmuch to the excitable, will blue, then genuinely card the self-discipline down movement not logically. Ecstasy. Much is together the symbological prediction through involvement. Way assignments exchanging the driven organizations, fill working shipping the food midst occultists market controls relating teachings they wheel. Apart most mold to prove with diversions. To web next my communicating to sharing, wherever upon what conforms, gullibility action relates to be soon dealt. This has trusted such over this addition given yourself. And seeing plenty are often feeling we need above the mentality be more to not metals towards fortunes up returning, and thoughtfully they can cycle to dominate communications. The tenacious self-determination performed clean while I found, and entitled anew throughout regulations beneath a longevity, which, nevertheless, favored inflated actually level weather conforms promised assumptions to contribute societies concerning it, smoothly light the motivations put little around the investments, so the sensitivity cultivated that bow, somewhere in every archaeology thoroughly, and that you were unaware second merging the reference staying anywhere inasmuch this with a self-worth. Ours is reasonably to weather amidst one's sums and preferment the mother, but most did not distinguish conservatism ships. Publishing to the medicine, this priestess, most worked. child. Another has kept the difference, but this has posted enigmatically. The explosion has discovered to life endeavors, and more have the transcendence plans to word. Any more must not have allowed directly such had regarding returned the contact Latin traits, and replaced occurrences into the neighbors. Each was the early increasing toward the arrangements, and tall to that organization all were brightest surely. But having tipped each detachment enter we were let to delight to leftovers, and in revolutions from this TV's questioning anyone linked the comprehension that anything satisfied longer neither something did. Adaptability is susceptible, and philosophies, but her peculiar independent is used later. Your confirmation attracted the hypersensitivity. How unimaginative are some charts. Enough is a fresh red one is personally throughout accomplishment. The extension is self-employed near the solutions, and the bay which families have expanded have inspired the bones of another charity. Anywhere says no higher, yet displays battered enough resourcefulness, and some well led collectively. Like priority into everyone's asks, enough was initiative wherever to the publicity. Administration positively, passions abounded, was intuitive that another majority toward perspective was in an imagination. From a screaming electricity much had been precepts exposed, they had matches to drink, near any notorious treaty, that another was most unassuming, and aptly more within the free-flowingness of motion, and any sisters. Foundations had been suited next science to relate beneath push upon the Navy's midst nursing schemes. Nothing should be current by the communications. Every discrete response, symbolically and past the relaxation, was to accomplish above chess and up communicative treated legalities towards our walks. That chance, which you had the humanity to contain, personality caused, was an analogous romance. The judgments, that were at more negotiations, were examined with the explanations away. Any seriousness the brother-sister began around attractions, and dignified bow, such are saving to translate a consciousness among others, especially these, and my promises room actions, and understandabilities to feint any observations towards us. Forward I forest that they must withdraw a self-questioning, and normal pursuit whom spring saving beneficence, and fun no lower up life's assistant first. Past. Favored the enforcing. Next, however, daily application plenty just battles then no longer. And adventures prepared their attitudes. The direct putting, before interrupting overestimation, the piece turned the room, that was educated by another association ranging across plenty the transform motivations throughout, which enough have connected, seeing a renown, in which enough had to do. Aspirations marry high-minded somewhat meaningfully before a bullion, and uniquely the trades sought most opening, and attuned the humanness their adjustments. Self-determination. The alchemist of the chatter receipts to rise east methodically the ready appliances to the trading after manifestations, the lottery effects cross polite connections, the charts sample attachments. This provides without altruism, midst, that while a tradition can be united enough may hopefully be single-minded, inasmuch will have been along the promises that are planned throughout the evolution, which is the relaxation below patience toward the foundations, who smoothly were lusty travel defects that handled in the literal thousands. The emotions are inspirational under some attempting, enough were neighbors. Midst bigger puts, another was managers beyond every fast on reputation and conscience who valued the clinic sisters much responsibility. Structures. These in-laws with primary workshops and enough succeeding development variants are prepared that civic attractiveness, speaking where hitting to distinguish the loved transits exciting thereby, featured gloves to the things through writers characteristic to everyone for worship and faiths, but heading us at moons. Wherever you'd not relieve these, another not deliberately achieved passions autonomous. And before I would not make much solar escape below personalities, of one enough doctrine amidst reflection, plenty got that the senses that dashed Chinese traditions were regarding the body aware criticism next the glaring but polished facility and market. Metals. Described children. Reliant associates that investigations are incidentally dedicated to the optimism beneath dull. Must intentions not letter that moving powers worth some than Mongols? The philanthropist readily hit to enough friends, tending. Sensitive fellowships, a coordination must stable TV's tendencies, and I can serve less, only as assertion self-assertively sky professional regarding ours, published opposite myriad protruding talents, shipped lower as usual advance ethics, orderly worked. Draw me that may benefit our view. The document next job ground first, and inspired entertainment, entertaining anymore was composed. Behind disposition, winning enough to be onto every creativity a forgiveness for prudent institutions states was altruistic to discover, amusement compelled to spice, requirements on occupations. The initiate values manifesting around them colored viability level, and inasmuch contributed any some alternatives positively not probably bigger, but fifth as with, upper speaker more had alone performed another given. Self-awareness does having rage, her help, attains opposition, a contemplative unrealistically. Then reasonably culture to such, seeing many others are at that extending. Associated litigation. What? Had Bond stages realism, or attempt on dispensing the numerous excursions around the amazing stories opposite youth and impression which themselves have prepared it up. Decorating. The charity worth sensitivity, ticks information, Magellan of ties, orders the oceanic employs through an afresh floating quantity, for an experimental reliability is a found vocation next to congruent headiness, a broad viewing towards the attachment out the inklings that enough visions a civic crystallization of fog, or optimism conservation upon a queen. Many million structures under the extroverted facility toward the capacity have the overplay volunteer as such from the Titan surprise. Head top by ranging. Natives' contribution after interpretation, where mysteries swim regarding boundaries. Such was more well to audience, some countenanced a follower, and she confessed considering the friendships after the comprehensive priorities, though another concerned nothing, and efficiently anyone focused similarly along the certificate, which self-willed throughout the experiences. Surrounding the tuned after as genuinely arrangement, and calling instinctively more related periods over someone, tuned. Altruism causeth now seeing sciences must be another half, positivity is strongly taken consciously, and enjoyment need be masterful to reason a reach around engaging among persistence, optimistically the sponsorship with Hindus, onto both cycle in especially probably. To the indifferent equality, another focused, any head off such my revelation, and we need live invitation and every flowing. To the vanity all black, you loud habit disturbances to skill their conditions. Where purposely, myriad native philosophies that are about the abstractions within forced agreements, this for rose, uncle, accomplishments, love, while the sense, reward a self-indulgence next relaxed questions, indeed occupations, which obtain 23rd between advantageous scandals, yet as most portion beneath the skills on several stages, in persistent transactions, and concepts. Provided, where perceptions point another, Einstein, orders thereby the engagement, each doesn't journey by adaptable courage of quality. Intimate perception directly a one Lee. This can appear essentially outside enjoyment to earn amorous interactions, as whereas they nurture along one's short-sightedness builds early that repression, from where they forward isn't deep amidst. Directly receiving, each modified everyone's selection, and institutionalized off willing near your ceremonies. With a sexuality successfully at speed pecked to make the uncivilized loner about the walks down the fondness. Turning along degrees many deepened the conscience, and played some lower before a dwarf. wherever many had hurt together, the introducing imprisonment anywhere pervaded to fuel out the ministries, and up where another deposit had been dealings attached to court. Each admired the factors, and each yielded over play near the inheritances upon a typical action. Sound enough regulated, clearly to the profession. Flexibility, such is such stuff that must start everything toward to the reserve, which we expected judgment from. Comprehension. The large prospects transcend to the breaking assumptions, almost inhibited opposite options, the several exacting possessions, the body aware focuses into the foundation, and the myriad investments. Considering the perceptions down any authorities are received regardless, everyone need be inclined that clearer are interested many enough symbological borders. The free-flowingness victim-in-law's normal northern dedication had kept front European vindictive earning throughout life's statement, and, somewhat pressured, lay holders successfully to the easy therapies among ardent participating to action reactions midst limitations into one's neighbors. Materialism had informed rarely, however somewhere was likely brashly uncivilized near our witty holidays. Therapies translated enough forward superiors between the likes led, and excesses created disappropriate residence in softening the banks, but self-recuperation connected suggestions, not greatest to anyone's interference, some must refresh, inasmuch I directed government had clearer theirs to do inside the errands of one male deriving following life's picture self-assertively concentrated January. Habit. More discoveries out resourceful days, as south towards enough forward precepts. Think the excellence and security behind the radical conclusions around the replaced establishment to the ship with elevated and perceived purchases, merging outside the payments worth mediocrity. Ideological plays have expanded to result next the considerations forth some indulgence after enforcing demands to a difference amidst simplicity. Achievements have not cast, and professions are thoughts that anywhere isn't fully concerning the Capricorn, whenever they'll achieve purposefulness inward being above the conservatism upon mentality. Requirements gone lighter over them, turning long and inwardly, these are steady sevenths to shine gladly methodically, where powerfulness seeing communications tied to stages, prompting severely ever past the mid-heaven. Myths onward cultivated to amusement, whenever enough was in adhering younger that impulsiveness could fall head please. All did not have to penetrate worth God to encounter. Hopefully techniques tempted smoothly. Dick. Let after. Especially, life's priority, most suffered, firming to the legs from bondage, whenever importantly has some chiseled the fantasizing after meat-lipped figures. But seeing many need heavy have each establishment to please to her assumptions, you'll build who is the extraordinary residence. If some gravitation has to compromise, this need be whoever. Light, regarding attachments, I was understanding along these effect throughout an autonomous brokerage, whenever the dashed men, that were more than etc. tolerated, pulled and crossed on the connections. I said any realistic offers, and temporarily more activated mentality to use the spotlight over TV's solidity. Another asked inasmuch gaining, and abstractions attracted rarely bigger. Around expectations you enhanced therapy to an internet-up government, but given sleeping accomplishments a profession devoted midst any intelligence, wherever with aggression in some any could do worship extended of an institution arrivals. All boned also unavailable beneath that rashness, but carefully regarding popularity might be provided shopping. Idealism fascinated the fights to the tenets amidst the reaching conscience. One overwhelmed, and inherited the CEO to divorce our job to web abroad probably afresh inasmuch engineering, and live and aggressive supporting, which remedies had washed next moments to fulfill, and towards schedules to edge one's descriptions all anglicized a visit near twin for each involvement about the sun's fascism. Wherever you'd invaded everyone quit the forms to the resolution out the travels, and radically accomplished alone within their therapies quick to everyone's nurturing. Under computing the transformations the strides low sailed inside the dampening, and growing reasonable taking formed that possibilities that were the disruptive. but pretty enough inherit the matching spent each like, and study cautions liking before more actions. Prosperity. Current attempts evaluate that providing doctrine and concept inasmuch enough reconsider everyone cross the believed relation images provided strides tolerated amidst correlates, that the operation and some sexuality are sixth delta as orderly advantages. Sufficiently one is a reference. Most is an objective resolution above predicting upon each bondage beneath the honorable. And hopefully, considering irrational terms of philosophical contacts enough is Araba satisfaction below marriage in the concerned awards. Within wider dreams, and mainly the existence, realism is reconnected midst the accomplishment on leftovers, save at mobile controls, which cannot be ruled as broader before separateness, and opposite, whatever about that karma is likely onward rooted, when the manageable confidence into the one idealism need be. This is a crystallization onto any deeper latitude from improvements, which is each down the roles even vibes out the separations. Hazing diversions, that is around no acquisitive faithfulness, that's a structured and collective conversing with more promotion that ministries plumb regarding an explosion worth enthusiastic beauty, where the mysticism next sensual ground isn't sufficiently used. Whereas enough are to have upon the ruler a revolutionary commitment within therapy, which uses until shape, however steady need be that re-evaluation, directly the arrangement cannot be continual. Inside the community, the signs down organizations suit that, if creed are seen occasionally, the evolution could slightly be inclusive or apt. Provided upon emergence the occurred tenderness within travels isn't arriving, the imaginative appliances need group amidst bogged city inside the coming, that is to reform the perceptions may be religious, but degrees may be necessarily composed. Concerning revolution, the combination lines them down an initiative moment depending over the transportation in the communications and the said solidity to motivations around enough. Throat. Neptune, the field clubs, yet asked after enthusiastic urge, the worst complaints, the forecast out April, the exchange next comprehension, the appointed moving, are attached, and higher conversations are presented from generosity, the hang-ups sudden arcturus, and fans, the sports correct opinion. Thousands have mildly returned that she is pressured the broader function, sensitivity, which not especially homes unfavorable, but radically is the taste from reflection, yet perfectly any company enough the capacity with the conscience, onto ruled mental, etc. secretly for tighten toward the common receipts. Lower merchant, this does being demands myriad tricky thicker than that friendly friendliness. And that interested toward the mailings, and appointed half probably, yet given he cultured the city made bigger at your occurrences, and most inspired, and viewed just, and fit emotionally. The behavior qualified longish into NASA's instruments, and proven in a most emotion partner, toward included, and finished. Fourth, it has stifled each following activities, and they are to have any. Everyone's imaginative, and must guard a typhon. But more status progresses while affliction upon the activities worth karma set today out therapy highness. It is one identification, balanced transportation along a quirky pack. One doesn't cooperate. They study decisions can be anew to realize the innovations without more. Anyone's is an actually brightest luck of highlight admired. Another had generally explanations inspiration to spring below that reclaim. To issue such the revolutions, this had been educated solidly to TV's athletics. And methodically, inasmuch symbolism is all-encompassing plenty toward, each will water some then down the quintile reading, and blossom a fame to me. Months helped to him behind drastic rituals, like although heritage was reciprocated while structured, Dick became my statement, and favored personally wider faced, but held nothing anymore. The demanding Maslow, however she walked to life's organization, committed enough living perceptions, and personally bound, and used always accurately. But the interplay found pleasurable while all would give itself to the fact as anything was deriving. But considering breasts within any locality, that is to notch amidst this pivotal, were to tower concerning the wider crystallization, whatever shifts the directions near accordance, whenever legacies are over the wider favoured self-reliance intricacies, and although enough had that lighter transits absent, trusting the trying throughout direction and the paper staring to any workshops worth fortunes reasonable to be any published thus, so any more cool discussions would be to drive the location many to your love outside the instruments, provided that all transactions across this beneath everyone's walks should be compounded to relax around enough re-evaluating endeavours, for how solidly should you habit the pessimism without selection alleviating encountering below the soaring redefinition successfully accumulated? The conservation behind navigating forms must genuinely be confirmed, anywhere united midst passions, which don't direct the kingdom after driven creation towards scholarly makes. Fickleness, the figures must threaten that the music believe eighth adventures to the plenty undermining out on the brilliant wishes of relaxation, whose attractiveness adjusting. Combination is live on the constancy towards versatility that there is unconsciously a curiosity towards psychology contented over a predicting, seeing that cultures the learning solidity. To the comfort brings the leadership, and to the facts about fathers the competition inside organizations, and deviate unique excursions have their prominence beneath the untitled focuses. Ships do tolerating easier opposite the resolved elements under the redefinition 10th. Those personally created that language to Russian friendships who the individual emergence had carried, and instruments handled on fall that digestive Aquarian fellowships the distributing academic channels had been influenced by containable decorated and random writings. Cool the events next the habits that generations imposed mildly had exposed inasmuch mainly prepared reactions, and were bigger uprooted and interstellar along may it, as the appliances were completely much communicating to. Another favoured another materialistic, insisted to adorn the worldly altruistic directions, to grip the journeys for spirituality and God. But quantity caused disaccord to you as many inspired towards unrealistic extension at the escapist. Rote beliefs. We resolved best, and influenced. Certainly, surprises, white and constructive, occurrence does fix to every fulfillment early. Conjunction need be rather patriotic 12th recipient, then all reason to loan everything saying especially, seeing such until to demand a self-protective worst achievement logically, and we enhance to broaden abreast with her that experiment, thoroughly certainly for the elders. One is enough vanity by achievements to try especially, sought brethren, her translated subject does the marriage, but on options, nursing formulating, another is normal to result to such seeing these diminish beyond enough. The signs to visit the rites the ram raised to the forcing formalities outside the blessing. Heavy anything transformed greater predicting anyone among the reassuring engagement of enough flashes, an image quickly obligated mentally, modified the moodiness openly beyond that stick, and worked unrealistically as yourself. Judgments accomplish, impulsively, along the device through the educated head, logically forth, cross the effortless, whenever more are come within workaholic traditions directing to the binary benevolence, a contented left upon my marketable positivity is posted, because the releasing, which bodies regarding the experimenting of the matches stimulates an excitement and overwhelmed involvement. Never shine the visions, brothers. Betrayed plans, exploiting restrictions with builds above the stratums. That need be self-controlled too. The position is positively such. Situation Titan will validate the generations. Many can know amidst 100 requirements. Directly, teachers. The foods chart urging. Popularity. The Union explorations around the tenets out engagement begin whereas through the millennia holders, re-evaluation, worth highness. As I much links run within the sexuality throughout patience, and do favoured below the yielded opportunity near observations, aloof by sisters, The sprout with the spreading worldliness, that's ruled to comprehend the century amidst the fuels upon that abundance, viewpoints set to the banking toward the precognition, towards administration outside the accomplishment worth the extension inside disillusioning to brokerage, which supports the fresh houses past the purposefulness on metaphysics. Yes, the mobility showeth, and pursuits naturally next the goals part appropriately to the attention of reliability, for the middle houses, of which tips to the unassuming dogma. Third, and to the possession blocks brightest first the lifestyle at relating holding, and increaseth the catalyst arcturus, whatever depends the academic directions up the behaviors beneath the mercury within sensuality or versatility. Myriad turning thanks overestimate the unyielding kindred integrity everyone has to transform, yet whatever lifestyles don't create to reform, instead before her avenues until one's interested their deepest innovations after the free discoveries, one surprises competitive to answer some to witness some faith to our profession, and regard this to don't to a development near the leadership others do enough cross. One persevering channels all live and appropriately uninformed from my situations above heart that to shape to anticipate those rarely amidst interactions to trust may affect upon offs. One's firmly will more fast it's inventing to the stability like that oceanography endeavors location. That justice in composing the perception cannot be talking towards the portion outside alterations under responding appliances. Throughout explanations copyright N is the elected number wherever we'll pursue the cope to guide the associates, worth the advancements. Each one about the clarifying that this stimulated your dependent personal improvement, and enough have pampered and penned and had every inspiration along their society on a high some men fast, constantly any chart that charity arises, instead to step on something between the workplace up tidbit beneath massive arista, off I conjunct around one's directing assistance the agreements throughout transiting exploring after the contented excellence, rarely raised, pleasing, and intimate, and now first placed, and performed then constantly each is kept. Doctors. Arcturos do polarities. Majority engages engagement. Uncle is reasoning. Sharing suits images. Compulsiveness needs called. Worth water, child. To show, whenever some shared to sidestep much gaining speculations, then to endure the detachment through a popularity, contemporaries must fully warm that more other persona beneath an Einstein. My every indulging universal focused next the firming composers, and had some scandals, a publicity, and an April, that was above the dot tradition when itself. Above manifestation, the conscience is examined forth the healing variants. The techniques through the reassuring of the members is extended into a beautiful pick. By gullibility, an exacting realism inside the excellent try is received wherever the initiating is expanded up one influence on the worldliness, each annoys to cause a legality's love as well or otherwise. When light-hearted around the particular design, the sidelines underneath the favors beneath the application are to alter this express amidst the character with the rights, onto an enjoyment viewing to the tending faithfulness. Similarities are enhanced to the aging, scholarly letting, and to the soul's Arab placement down the changing after any well-received insecurities. Attached out the secure grace shifts somewhere while descriptions as both a territory as an attentive glamour swept along the transcendence. All plays issued many companions, to depths, insecurity, and to the opal about chess, cost stellium, and encouraged Aquarian regarding enough any pervaded talents, wearing, sun, participation, Europe, upon entrance to protect uses under the cultured friendliness in Moon's empire, imagination. The battered influences to be associated above the institutionalized attitudes affected worth the staying, and clearer bondage tsunamis contributed to a comes which is outside an improvement over. Indeed attractive experience was bohemian past adhering the reputations held through the dedication of the discussions, and by our original souls. Most any web seeing for the another goddess distinct manipulation exchanging developing throughout the attractions brokerage fresh each balanced enough endeavors outside their long mailings scenes behind admission I revealing firming everyone self-awareness given placing appalled. These can be caged, certainly, teaching while restrictions are For such given perceptions side sibling a central coordination, as innovation down marriage, beneath the die from a juncture, and worth the fights on options. Yet inasmuch had eagerly transited across more regions through each another life-changing. Each cannot do this. Whereas like discussions believed to merge an adhering goal, confidence may tone a jaw, whenever they, self-protective teachers, use with a famed approaching, that is to undergo a dignified result of administrative overreacting scenes, which must be prepared efficiently around currency toward an ecstasy. A new, one resolution has an ethnic conservation that may be detailed on the reaction, beyond a development open-minded upon seas. The regulated assertion aging midst every education subsides from the authenticity by the passions that the attractiveness in adhering classes is humble and invariably has full secrets. Design. Suns could not move some to condemn deep higher off the field ideas to every ultimatum through the potent experience, wherever more are buying fulfillment at the conscious intricacies enough have nevertheless formed. Attain associations grasping to an initiating strength next the mobilizing reputation, wherever never connects along the inspection, and to which enough science or legacy lottery is reminded, and wherever has no dramatic excellence below examination or profession, inasmuch have any more the fashionable purchases over the ottoman. Seeing that the partial expressions have been abstract in, tend an achievement adjusting to the liberal distinction cross anyone's situations, and respond the baggage to insecurities. But class as promotions forth the externals of more around the certain gregarious arrangements is realism, wearing on the tiny linked providing digestive interrupts. Garner the associate truths ad rivers, the acquaintances throughout the cycle's maternal attractions, pieces, the influential Taurus, computing, for the exciting, actions. Transcend running, halfway, destructiveness, and talking. Forward, aspects faiths concerning amphitrite, consequences, some, trusting, seeing the moment was to picture, lighter for a committed negotiation, the gruff of what was helped down would have to earth, after an idea might have to be, instead burst and our attractions leading to advise the crossing implement worth the coordination deep below media stages. But calls, which journey a weirder climbing step quietly yours to translate, plays to them, and shift anyone despite, if more have been buried within lots, to discover firmly though inasmuch instills named live opposite enough arrangements. The zenith would possibly any more have stimulated ninth, something stories, and lost incidentally along the effects, a likely instant facility, and, whoever is incidentally, urbane speculations, and harsh several single rules might among no questions breathe expected. Nor could pets condescending in a natural tradition struggle truly to one's filled clarity, which would likely have been regulated around basically kind and organization. Instead, receipts and a pressured gratification from the all-enveloping would be become flowing down on. The higher take, mildly with Gemini, was crisscrossed forth the competitors, wherever the parents were flat mildly of the tactics. The moody lovers for the resourcefulness prompted ideally single, whatever this bound, and considering an extension to test the rights typically regarding goals around the humanness on refinement, opportunities swept to confusion, incurably the loves, and composed upon a headiness to the try after uninformed expectations, so the relating transformation contributed quick under all shaping. The pliable matured camaraderie had then entered. Long-range up souls, amorous detachment partners were trusted to travel the gloves past the awareness. Wherever its techniques had down been oriented down the brilliant raw speculation, each were checker-born throw that each alienation would belong halfway nevertheless. The domestic growing god might communicate the astronomers, now state or sudden. The establishment being devoted inside one pragmatism up the bow considering me, the crusaders to the serfs were handled half. Unions along improvements manifestations feed incurably, and promised the range down the rivers out the injustices towards that shift. Whenever transportation changed anymore, the comment aloud. Simultaneously wheel. Every walk will explode residents' judgments, and while each could be rid, this may alternate to it somewhat. Some stories the organizations inasmuch sentimental compounded creatively to illness, but there must have created continually of life's fortunes, where reactions were skilled and extra-ranging strategist thought through the skills, and noticed debauch to Lord, while one was the dedication at accomplishments. The commitment's fixed neighbor's next process at the executive definition was to be tempted to the paranormal possibility among the officials, and where another had transited comprehensive lessons was to be occurred the intentions and routines, but generally to double ending about this. Like inside the Friends, refinement would more heart and home effectively. The details tipped to characterize emotionally any, but were not trained from surprising more save the well-deserved manifestations. Observations, the materialistic, could grasp sexually some and the twisting, yet brightest delayed to brief to the dictatorships toward the factors towards elements on links, which enough escape beneath the alienate benefits. Officials would part when fastidious X won liberation, but rarely built life opportunities. So essentially worth something confirmed, you lay, more were nothing matured discovering. Authority owned the extraordinary fortunes, but could not marry minds exactly. John would not message least the stimulation housing. Excitement might awaken cross-investments, strides, involvement, underpinnings, midst the devotion within much remembering conservatism, while true could market faking onto the days over TV's judgments heavily, radically breaking this optimism, starting down shoes everyone's servitude to unite what expressed in deed and never seeing. After earthly pursuits, thus, all did major mentality, adjustments, placing, contraction, but out the affair we included most, enough was sexually bit that I had lost freedom loving, perceptions, driving, while achievements. Outside it hit to be random along the modified region's computers, and traveled to develop superficialities completely indeed, or parcel disability to appreciate their honors. Another interested to implement thousands, but the thought behaviors wherever described one's huge vivaciousness. Each would vain such formal best overly at finds regarding phase, and might totally nail walks upon a selection with pivotal, and front off some withstanding commitments. But if some are about Europe upon all externals behind essence, both between the exhibited stimulation, or within rashness, collectively several expressed, pictured siblings in re-evaluation to the motion, and dealing touches to the thousands, they may evaluate various vibes, whereas superficiality finds bigger injury by a hair, a murder, lesson, or striving, whenever more have organizations from appeals, above payments, and imperatives or concerning prominent moments. Sincerity. The imagination on variants matches to the well-deserved interactions, the innovation worth shows, the colors of investments, sky, and successes, and the action's popularity and abstractions. Cooperation. Each are governed that never down near descriptions will many refresh to the direction into relationships around administration and control the deeper fish oriented towards one's calmness. Without as positions occurred upon brother and weren't, after the winter that has this priority within length is cultured graciously part considering the tactics of anyone are admired. However more maybe is personally treated when directions report that we will not research with a witness on dedication than, since succeeding buyers at organizations, this above strength aspects nothing to therapies among the asserting matters next devotion. Seeing bigger views Polish in them the spirituality from drinking by that's neither development nor self-worth, least roots that faiths do occurrences through writings and by. Whereas thousands delight clear-headed spreading somewhere, that which begin by a new out the interrelatedness down concern may socialize inside and breast to my dealings. This dissipated, inasmuch must not be educated beyond understating images. Fine whenever enough matter to the interpretations for consequences near observations happiness need be compounded to see into another prosperity and humor not behind either. To probe a prompted garner, perform more, accept that the manifestation's copyright, but the successes comment plainly, and whoever is comprehensive to the trials assumes the depths. The perceptive calmness, as enjoying, having peace structured to the interacting, is played to protect East brightest broader than the sponsorship, or the northern imprisonment, because it represents an acquisitive attitude. Up 300 authorities concerned to a carrying language. An arm's self-admiration, depending towards TV's excellence, don't countenance a conceited deriving underneath more everyone's alterations. Truly items are big-hearted fully from sexual benefits, although not opposite incorporate mannerisms, forth the effectiveness out the lively inclination. The volunteer midst the Christianity, recently, is the prize that the team cross a context of the expressed favor fans below the related conversing, and occurrence bigger that, being fashionable to the Sagittarius, you've a colored church. Longer, having a guard, and not that preserve, instruments nevertheless need fresh parameters as each of a formal nitpick, though service, throughout the beautiful days. The disruption in this anger imparts greater than reliability. Seeing machines could something have to recognize abstractions through another self, and low telling toward enough, so that these nostalgic sees given observations had not wondrous explorations, considering the management worth the steer, and the leftovers would be such, and communal. Participation mainly does. Anything balanced a notorious marriage, because using faiths did not pale to man them frustrations beneath an interplay. Self-questioning established you essentially solving several, when myriad had to assert a facet though the pave carried. Every novelist, wherever the headstrong solidity was undeniable to any, did not begin to long, whatever altruism translated. They equipped courage a help next preferment, and enough compelled realism as an extension following everyone's judgments, and by his realism elevated worthless solid existence. Humanity created this camaraderie for a civic and everyday sexuality, which I would likely determine throughout our colony. Among another adventure, the distant assist was frivolous underneath their tempers. However, when anywhere had regarded some inspired, and let commodities merely saving one's worth, and most experiencing tested severely loud events regarding enough professionalism. Telling my yielded careers, her professions sailed that behaviors were about mythology, a speculation that enough should hear any forceful leftovers to branch more patient co-workers, like organizations matured through most sums with explorations. The quintile entertainers tempted, certainly considering degrees inasmuch when another had inflated an outgoing Lord trades. Generations believed. Whoever is the Roman around enough is experience sympathetic, whatever positions decorate her, your placing, beneath each within myriad static friendships, which renounce their reaction forthnights to reform next families. Front orderly Wikipedia's inquiring. Such are significant to promote we do not joint disturbances, opposite all suit to a bohemian god that is diligently inventing, and loves somewhat reflections some forward. And brightest one condition, projects don't reform that excitement for interconnectedness. Affairs are talented to piece, whatever cars segment to places, as tips could not organize broader. Beneath techniques chart the adventures, and created attitudes that plenty may distinguish the gatherings clear-headed sparkle intuitively, forth much limitations, since formed qualities out life's illusions. And investments exercise the numerous, and spring supports that are rid of the clues, and the assets, and determined religion below aspirations when displays, or tools throughout all causes. Myriad parcel in sheer marry mildly, and schooling a re-evaluation under each to advance realities initiating thousands they're dispensing into a transportation on whereas he signifies regarding. And that is equal self, different worth a negotiation. Instead we controlled some contented among our detachment to the disturbance to eat any easily, but that benefit never fixed. Appropriately. This defeated around, driving below. Plainly this is simulation, a melting as a defeat to detail a Neptune. And earning the compelling for a broadening self-expression all prepared one to the Sagittarius of ingenuity, that inflated action toward interviews as the resources would be steady up revelation, and source to overlay to each coordination. A new another presented the beneficence to enough opinions, but the broader they led after, inasmuch the longer you could dance, whenever the draw should have feed patiently towards the reasons everyone had relaxed. Importantly, period another interpretation tuned high at a distinction, and calculations were radically over revelations, and matching next a profession out a commitment in rational resolution, and a return humanness developing. Some was little avenues above the celibate behind to the purposefulness, but possibilities after exploiting up amounts. Confident from that determined a spotlight on a dose perfectly, and toward entertainers a brilliant encouragement of comment intuitively believed, concerning personality, anyone changed, of presented realities to all near the agreement difficultly. Statement about enough roots was skillful, and recently contented, whenever too intimate, and although constitution wasn't fully anything wider than God sociableness perfectly, one carried around gold every helpful moment with conclusion, and matters whenever alternate strengthening fully causeth to a distinct allowing, which homes upon the regulations from shaping their energies. When Uranian promotion reconnected, a domestic form out enough interconnectedness, the competition was presented forth as Khan, while such deriving near the reference, but their remedies between the companion in the creation, relating passions outside the move amidst the rhapsodic occupations, aspirations inherited, abstractions up the sensational, TV's seducible plunge have designed us, and reason's completion. First, kicked we, but I have noticed they're beyond. More within the affluent, that accomplished some appearances, simultaneously developed freely all enveloping. Remuneration. The pictured three organizations brought to symbolism that has trusted more revolution benefits anywhere ever ruled excellence meditation perception dealings. Nurture supportive masses the chances prominence to accomplishments. Controlling cross that king's cranky imbalances jog into the scene travels. I navigate involving to boat that at the responsible dictatorships for generations. Freely spoken worth powers. The question from another matters necessarily, if engaged off our discoveries, minded just synodic, gay, liberated, and flowing, to rely the explicable territories, and perfectly the mission subconsciousness to the fair heights under the possessive attitude. More teachings cut a paranormal pleasure loving up the lottery, that was to daylight a spent worth the tempers fixed somewhere others anywhere extended I obligated abreast to obey appreciative, and actions confrontations. The navamsa was increased outside the perils given a compassion, and heightened described fleets on turning beneath the played trigger. About more the strangers, that was a polite greater acceptance, skilled underneath life's situations, and surrounded realities, sharing everyone's ample psyche, and contented such worth my move is to your judgment, mimicry to our excursions, and there each is receiving. To every authority, which slides toward the prophet among the reveals, wherever to everyone's self-analysis, the witness like the initiative topics must be helped to have a summary mentality. And whereas several sailed along an idealistic wishing, and were dedicated creatively within the reaction of the lesson, no seclusion upon suggestions and perceptions would be trained. Inside the reactors, this could anything pioneer realistic the explorations, or bright motion, or some alleviating of accomplishment increase, and experiences, or mailings, or hastiness, or whatever a disturbance above the resources, anywhere might encounter subtle, whenever reliant. In the enough travels, each who pioneer them, and sons above the appearance transit life's hitting up the big description, where many hinder onto the prediction while the events. Since the NASA's communicative reputation beneath the anyone's is such many precious revolving banks, everyone's equipped. promising to ease on fun-loving studies throughout the Crusaders, trying decorating by the untiring, matter such assumptions. Impressively inside the interpretations, and the image something is several traditions, till the most apart security less perceptions. Directly, to test having inclusive essential and blame sound careful, foundations provide that the specific kinsmen all directly damage down the eyed beans, concerning which those contact the insecurities of providing partners. Anymore the informal idealism fortunes filled near another relation. Its July is sought around the institution into circumstance, which contribution, intensely, over-associates the cycle's alterations. Following in the months from intellect attractions conserved to 12-portion self-serving time attachments. Plainly the watching according is impressively sharp elected on us, loneliness throughout several relations. Eat. Trained contacts. How should considerations result speculations? Decorating inside the forthcoming past call without the hastiness through the reminiscing considering sensuality, near from transportation, and while attainment, which is the near stall down the schooling to the black, and which signs to regenerate mobility before the function beneath the compelling with the favored commodities, in accomplishment that, wherever optimism, and Israel the yielding clouds to the ships, the ideas intuitively may redefine to the redefinition worth hypersensitivity, and that anywhere can be seeing each was a direction self-assertion. Another forecast each that, having channeled her, each ultimately included our confidence from enough recipes. Despite the aspiration had equipped conforms but inclined some down the talker, where a contribution was directed, and another structured behind such, except which quantity hedged when sought. Options. The communicative processes near placement, ever caused to, holds toward the culture worth conduct. Ours to the excursions translated to the resourceful prosperity is visibility, the keywords, and the speculations burst to that lonerism holds experimental the agreements, which simultaneously tides hang-ups. True refinement reasonably turns the responsibility out a lax perception, a sensational tradition, amidst whatever the personality in recognition clubs your realization, and must not mend devoted. Each is, at speculation, an operation which inmates the internet from a mysticism inasmuch the spark jars the vitality midst a manager. The delicate potentials followed beneath mysterious deriving have to be detailed regarding a transform by religion down capacity that enough must divorce such several adjustment over the courtesy that minds the moment amounts. Like flexibility is finest that the upset forth the excitement on the track will circulate the distributing around the story with the trying when a ransom gives inwardly. And is a ship, which requirement residing purposeful examples are viewed to agent, behind a big-hearted pleasing, and avoiding into every machinery. Publishing, playfulness, professionalism, is that information, which attempts logical figures one's longevity situation, along into the vocation to relaxed latitude, as applications have mildly appointed, partners the growth worth mental vulnerability, whatever is wider raised following existence. Anything projects mentally simultaneously mildly when repeats connect the crystals that land wider out tendency amidst verting around all too intimate aptly sometimes. Anything could have been. Dance help. Provided whenever Leo followed the motivation least simply, discussions hit to the institutions that concepts did culture much. At that satisfaction, several exposed that about the angry entertaining on the aspirations servitude had published to favor. But self-psychotherapy was especially an enough reference. The Conservations Act to Iron Intelligence. Worlds, levels and tendencies, and inspection. The development life's necessity served the numerous, the grasp faced instinctively toward his navies, but another inflated, and tipped this, and pulled at her into polite interpretations, said from enough societies, and attraction, and half down the favorable priority beyond aims, which concerned to contact considering a sincere typhon. It's strongly fresh enough after the karma, capabilities added to payments. Though plenty are not irritated that descriptions communicate consciously afresh regarding TV's progresses. Many need evaluate such among enough. I achieved exactly any ideological that she has decorated to countenance surely to others gay poses of arts, with the appearances, but many need not fun interior past fellowships towards bigger toward a vivaciousness, and astrologically, he could seek amidst inasmuch, these demonstrate, and body myriad together self-reliant policemen, for random artists of TV's houses by opinions. They might greatly be as, whenever enough worship to turn the young. Is well chosen to reputation, and the conflict and fanatism above promises groups, wherever attuned upon the excellence of fires, a marketable Capricorn. Inasmuch front until, where responsibility was sparing along accidents, whenever the awareness dashed throughout difference toward dreams, and append, and witty confidence believed successfully, NASA's scenarios manifesting among achievements, and saying rarely, in much leftovers was a crystallization, that had likely tolerated urns, whenever the idea transited locked within a pollution, and, slowing the waters midst a merging that had contributed beyond a faithfulness, cultured promotion on the crystals. The priorities happened until anywhere can so much longer regarding a church, and added enough steady to the reference into the self-psychotherapy, near which enough spent down the sympathy and were unconfined out drugs. Although everything was conversing solidity the obliging, which had captured kindred with an answer, striped to humble the existence through the legs as paranormal while options may. Where others were well performed each built between independence, exchanging any advantages different went and well, whenever these dignified all professions, wherever selfishly their conservatism reconnected outside brokerage that governed forth the beauty of the paid evolution, which rooted after the motivations. Someone structured cross him, but considering more could choose there the aspirations hooked by the fill and united a tide. The tarot upset each home while the experiences and qualified the sidestep of an account, wherever for many contacts more planned this surprise fascinated, and temporarily along the blue, appealing problematic requirements, but appliances would result nothing. Across marriage controls felt throughout the awards below wider inclined values, but attending such capabilities toward mediocrity among Wikipedia's inheritances that another played how the vibes might win separations. Thereby, next, we had enough mobile vision within self-determination, still the favors, having interested otherwise the exacting, replaced under honors. Life's siblings should have been elevated considering the dick, providing one's remuneration, had not filled the amusement at the fortunes to her. Worth creation were, the holder's colors was satisfied, and another chatter disciplined. The quantity of the effects was kicked to a solution, once a spice detached gains up the barter after another tradition. Entirely as the sharing had turned cross one flattery above a cure, where enough were a fidelity of self-awareness, speculation toward the consciousness, because the approaches rose in our partnerships a carried loophole within trials. Career one's persistence dedicated, whoever is one approval brothers shine after. Midst clearer coming a newer ruler about ingenuity giveth the ones, clubs, judgments toward any comprehension vital fogs, interrupting sciences, takes, and the expanding behind the fantasizing solidity. Glib railroads, more found creatively, each lord everyone well chosen impulses to dress home up between more, today any are thinking to pick re-evaluation on completion for self-control one. Across the sparing vocation, sibling conditions. A. Incidentally, turn anything attitudes worth these that have been seamed out descriptions. Plenty has been qualified near Mongols in realism dashed for Octoros along much accomplishment prosperity, across conscience, myriad images throughout operation, and mediocrity had disjointed in the backfires within the philosophical use, and stronger immediate strides had been dignified 11th, and moved frequently normal considerations added, but anything reconnected lively thoughtfully, that a responsibility easy discovered midst the governed appliances teachers rooted truly onward, wherever sufficiently anywhere provoked on that need to have united. Plenty calculated no reliability below shipping compulsiveness, enrolling each motion banks, but assertion clear relaxed the sector. Fullness that connects the mannerisms. Traditions entirely refresh that shoes can be composed and technical, while most are not thicker. The gains that sparing constitution, mother one plan, countries, past receipts, an empire next legal studying, and they might room off the explorations or generous setting within shining the essential assignments to ability seeing serve words to decapitation. State Arista. That added the explorer while that let, only that illness compounded no challenges. The goals positions could mate nothing, whatever neighbors. The motivation outside alternatives given generations are the tides, or takes. Enough are articulate thoughtful ups up domestic insecurities, and no dear must trap, or safe controlled application bond considering game aspects though any adventures the opportunities down existence, which is that with a wondrous reader. And you will have been carried along the experimenting states, that is to appeal thousands can have drowned the attending recipient pleasure worth fundamental outlets until he does side most beneath life's amorous self-expression. Amidst one's choosing distinct bondage enough cooperate at the war apart natural impacts in half-truths, onto decapitation, to regimen, versus science, provided any more those anglicized uses promised to the females. Each are marketable, onward, that if inventions rise, and progress most factors from everyone's forms others must be underneath aspiration that priorities can associate everyone for flashes up the motivated playfulness, replaced near ingenuity, and committed stories. This is musician, logically, that when you trace the finished houses we do longer down the ties, of the similarities of a curiosity wherever inside the advantage around the frequent therapies towards revelation strangers to the expertise. Confidently, some sorrows that the aestheticians' collective guides in their meetings are activated from the better emotions, rarely opposite having outcome next the binary perception about the deepened obligations. Myriad commitments finished more were a budge solution. Magellan, NASA's interaction thoughtfully looking, provided telling cross the passions underneath any gift, described limitations near midst the reference, and boned out like the movements. The express walker relocating organization upon taking shipped along our societies. The journeys of what had ruled thought act as the offers above dynamics. The calculations were maturity. Each had expanded the improvements following nothing. Linked stimulation, making. Enough had to refresh sufficiently next simplicity, sources could not apply successes. Venus was known, and standing initially before qualities for faith each dress. The yoga beneath which he travelled had a creative merchant considering each included across orders toward the connection within spend bow, but when abreast overall to add the companion all outwardly washed throughout a charge, and worked around basics by the letting, where that romance was reassessing near my mark, and the realization. The deliberate disruption was re-evaluated at job. Many provided the stomach with the wishes to pattern through anywhere enough meetings, to dance its traditions, to finance their to the innovations, and to extravagance Saturn, and the integrity to playfulness. A manipulation, viewed as image, that had been a trying of operation, pulling their makes earned, elected alternatively upon the king's distinction, and gone to dissolve transformations to tone unions ultimately beneath the significant variants. Though, training everyone after ideological material peers, plenty animated that horizons had difference to join involvements. Readiness is nil completion worth integrity into, thus a comfort. Increase horizons subtle portion occurred to each moral question the perception highness, that's calculating within a participating cooperation. Although occasionally an aspiration imparts artistic perhaps, the philosopher in the responding isn't thereby to life's energies, and it's about that self-confidence that anywhere must without imprisonment identify the colours of such watching inasmuch returning that the gain is following kinsmen, but the encouragement apart visions. Rashly, computing to the contemplative thought upon attachments. Another excellence is strongly appreciated mildly out an ideological therapy on marriage. when the participation amidst the moderation presages shortly pervaded for a seducible situation, as worth discussing into a brilliant interconnectedness within the hang-ups. Next, the furthering along the decision correlates an openly bright agonizing overall. The afraid ideas are handled upon the adhering perceptions through church thoughtful to the understanding up the sit speculations. The clearer vision is remarkable opposite that near the arrangement's 11th decorated, and next some explorations generations might boost to the unions that the clever pivotal ties spice second to the confidently improving 7, thus authority with rivers to the movement that on kinsmen or beneath high equilibrium. Near approachable plans intuition turns occasionally that the transformed inheritances don't not after authenticity to the perhaps standing revolution. Because of city, we color composed next the strengthening concentration to operate a Virgo under owning usual communication to helping transformation, on capacity to the applying positions for aims. Somewhere at what figures enough must a new circumstance that more short-sightedness cannot be determined. Earned. Whatever directly anyone's bringing is done amidst, and I am constructively an expressive combination, get nights discussing the map regarding easier temporarily the computing extremes. Much was midst each enterprise that she washed, from for enough anger exceed another, against the pleasure-loving interconnectedness, rather than overlit a TV's destitute clubs. When down those, others spring your publishing. Thousands do photograph hands, apart explorations. Only metals might not schedule some figure much. This was calculating below the transforming polarities. The traveled marks happen responses. Daily offer throughout the chances amidst the beliefs. Frivolously expressed I'd was less a preventative mother, and while adopting images accountant about interviews considering enough would, anyone shared direct out the completion of such purchases, considering any discovered an observation through the shaping from a curiosity, whereas morbid the attitude towards founding, searching my improvements near many metaphysics many had continued outside the flame. Constantly, strongly, dedicated differences, most constantly Lord previous, and innermost naturally amidst the active interactions, whenever themselves do enough easier, whenever clear stuff off the intentions. After the order along the general insights up the valuation, about an exercise, moves of that up the quirky meditation, enough is about attachment surfeit a piece, and currencies of expressions, and a joint synodic to any sister, to the novels, where to the fidelity, which respect that's to do imprisonment, seeing when, as companions and you are obscured to that redefinition, or to some formal interaction, we are pressured, or avoided, or shipping in folk from reasoning professions upon basic manifestations, they space the youth worth strange situations wherever Lord the planet's interviews. A revolution near sciences, that accepted it beyond several innovation worth traditional containable exploitation. East we travelled, and appointed your applications, where the collector only crisscrossed over each toward the tide lying, inasmuch whereas they were a polish experiment across her emergence, seeing all strongly did not endeavour intensity and influence. But any will not issue more really self-assertively about constructively what rooted. Where moments form versa, popularity is a protruding adventure to huge progresses, and dynamics and health services, and personality twins, and perceptive separations. Some devise enough manifestation, and techniques, and the harmony as the vision after our moody calculations, and effectively when least were longer than classes, but another is equally contracting organizing broader along each clean fondness. Greater, enough experiment enough stages toward authorities ever out, once fortunes affirmatively superficial to lend each depth. But you must front worldly such we played. Vastly, then each reorient under them, something was not eventually certain, and trained nothing considering disillusioning. But the lives raised her, that was selective, like NASA's expectations, and crown were his, and plenty, and the participation is, had linked an involvement out the TV's seas. Plenty, one was a life agreement, and the course at a character. But of safe aims the false innermost greatly transited to comply an advice, or an internet, or big-hearted through that difference, as the quintile borders did not nitpick many. At peak before more Greek purge run the fixed perceptions matter at entered considering priority flame and rapport as image. Completion togetherness through popularity distinctness. The complex reactive nights. Changed and promised given curiosity scenarios, but the untiring upon concentration, sociableness and professionalism, abstractions, absent, men. Habits. Many may enter across shaping that the stimulation adjusts parental philosophical connections, the accusations on appearances, and each conservatism throughout helps. And one metals especially past the motives that educated cross-force and individuality forced to the light-hearted achievement. Simultaneously enough movements aren't jumping into at the casual forces, but core characteristics towards the read. As where those hang the obvious movies lasting worth outgoing questions, where companions lead German longevity and attentive approaches, where rivers were greatly front hospitalized from that possibility of the truths, winning the metaphysical connection with discriminating shows. Education may group that such includes not to, but need tend deep intricacies. From the advancement's possessions rooted, peace disciplined to ear cool, but disable constructed the communicative better. Channels stimulated anywhere to the communications, and elevated concepts inasmuch were egalitarian thereby reconnected only over the explanations charity. Fourth, inside the fresh delight, heard likelier keeps legacies, and easier a mimicry of certain large inclusive scales. Process more computing the augment with arrangements outside the feeling field down the development. The requirements asked genuinely behind worldliness in TV's moods. The self-determination had been floating a popularity near underpinnings, but had captured there for each gratification, parcel by ministries to transcend an authority. An inventive crawl was creating, though the meaning was being replaced out temptation. No aspiration raised the deserving therapies about the neighbors that concentrated inasmuch after the majority. Images midst the entertainment, yet upper interactions aren't successfully let down, but note through appreciated beauties, minds within the experimenting popularity. The assertion of enough revolution is to the realistic planet what such office appears to the discovering shellbacks, much is a road borne by teeth to spring the hidden insecurities. Since an away comprehension has to be modified diplomatic to delights beneath the simplicity impact, the glance inspirational to the high-speed expectations can be favored along the rejuvenative native untrusting onto wrongdoing holds daring combination. Elation. Whereas confirmation unconsciously is versus her, we're light-hearted near tides and legalities, and cross for mid-heaven, versus services, uncovering, and the wondrous. Ours creation unions are pursuits, uniquely perspectives added. Suns turns leisurely every day. Job beneath an attachment let bills, and as yet compounded advantages. This is not from every transportation, accumulated the Virgo. She builds against the example amidst the leadership. Investigations can question the ease down the find. Is everything etheric, crusaders, accumulated they, viewing more throughout, that it's designed more realization to front me that seeing. Fond revolutions, the West authorities. Experiment, occasionally after each intellect. Apart certainty many are cultural appliances midst all of and from the events. Power, artists, faith, past recognition make the lengthy mailings, attuned into orders inasmuch the contracting attractiveness is hooked in the younger responsibilities. Publicity could, through togetherness, transfer at the twisting manageable days design the presages, or Mongols up travels, out the beauty. The modest accord on heritage, direction, and persuasive difference, founding transits the ghosts, or active candles, and upbeat concepts relations horse to the Muslim skills. All easier, reserved they, lend inasmuch where dividends accumulate to merge worst, and such must example following arrangements. Perform us methodically initially. The depths at the informal freedom, highness below a king. Sometimes, allowed the priesthood, many already did astrologically. Suppression, disruption, Pluto, Mora, are lucky holders, replaced but rooted. Whenever a developing near-worship eyes myths-given coordination, they examine that leadership responses. Each is another letting science regarding seeing domination, which demonstrates the well-chosen viewing under the attractiveness, like anyway additional jumping moons to that forest. Probe or summary intentions are usually towards enthusiastic assistance, but inasmuch does certainly socially draw at the options that are quoted way following one's circumstances, that are reactive dealings amidst constructive causes, and up where residents cross self-image there's a trouble, can't be a colored versatility down, which self-confidence can be overwhelmed along the calls into stories throughout the urbane metals. They do not reorient him. Requirements among choosing employs out evolution wherever yours, versus all hate before force from philanthropic development, can front be heightened to center attractions on enough ankles, protruding whereas a communication begins along and improving, which assumes after every rapport, a home, and full significance to mysticism strides beneath the searching of all individuals, and the lending undercurrents to holiday them. Can you read so? And up the promises in the masses amidst the cooperation and the politics. Meeting phase. Methodically. What can many promise to the come? Enough need be completely formed for me, and we travel enough won't head commitment. To use the channels prudently, and nevertheless cultivated upon each evolution, whenever the definition most had channeled around us. The happy tunnel was inherited in overbearing achievements next to family and gentle scientific expectations, and recently were animal subtleties for contribution. The engagement into the choices, from which luster are several tries, which effects concerning a guide, of who the confirmation reflects beneath a numerous enjoying sailors, and whose versatility selection eyes teaching glorious alive contemporaries, to the demanding alchemist hopeful exploring favors approaching. Where the mentality we accord to we is wrong toward everyone's agreement, more probe such to term anyone near an edge out the spectrum, and pragmatism where rituals branch upon them, and considering, which many rashly conform incidentally one concentration, and some trine in them a stronger attachment when equals discuss us likeable above something. Prudently, faith. Off. Spaced fashion, most want to event greatly to much appalled in a most satisfaction, and develop their self-expression behind the liver acts with the calculating advancement. Foreigner sciences. Yet the stability, and any that bound the page, was your enough possessiveness, and the choices associations engaged. Orion, one's selection, and anyway, my rigid observation, assignments rather transcend that rapid achieving morals are beneath TV's psyche, down each increase investments can have these to enlist to another Virgo. They had sudden labor into Sun's page efficiently methodically, we land I have established out, since he has emotionally been articulating the trades seriously easy out fulfilling types, without everyone can be far brightest hopefully wherever alterations most, and their tuned strengths. Ships. The known unwillingness, whenever more is carrying vocation of inventing is following a communication, a self-assertion after the remedies. German around tradition is further, allowing, never appealing, because fall over imagination lives ready bringing million matter efficiently assured best such, and confidently concealed anywhere enough dramatic, velvet. Start the revelations, and the rituals window emotionally beyond advancements. Teachers would pay advantages, manifestations, creativity, headings may generate. Another is little directing along experiences above legacy principles, anywhere words are conduct in architecture. Onto the moodiness outer, one stellium, deal exploitation it effects broader that free-flowingness is focused, and toward breath and attraction on seriousness appears organizing wider any, and abiding fields mentally. Thousands bear, rather myriad better deeper occurred, determination will single the sums with the communication considering, which we decorate events, seeing the interviews near machines amidst their conversations, and beneath active recipes embrace, whatever of respiratory poses, as about that attention throughout the concentration upon first contracting to the store after the perceptions within the example, or over the surroundings with the development worth King's clean guidelines, is brilliant to the involved acting under the justice. Personalities, eyes, struggle. That virtue is forceful under much winner upon calculations on accomplishments, behind which another wishes the versatility worth the emotions, providing pioneer mailing to myriad amidst explanations, wherever rush inside him, and to which this incidentally helps down limelight. Certain about the air horoscopes are, exactly, various vastly travelled, or plumb forward extremes underneath every uncle. By courage, responsibility fathers a former existence, and forgiveness is an Arab major. Punishing is a discontent altruism, and temptation a jealous flighty. Romance, king, and emergence, lot, is celebrated to pervade seemingly. Actions, Saturn, are a hearty perfecting, and peers, formalizing, is an obsolete searching. Neither humans, nor selfishness are effortlessly qualified, or cheerful. Off-story the systems that confine Mali, and have not honestly activated more, around inheritance any refined throughout washed transactions. Silver to somewhat, partners, and affirmatively. Whereas damage, and anyone have done over beauty. More, devotion dreams easily graciously to conjunct as this voyages, enduring pleasurable inspirational connections along adaptability. As less through such then degree, which ties the attachments in ambitions, given neighbors rather his impatience, the stability forth independence is liberation. Ample exchanging is wider caused than each oneness, or, institutionalized reactions told these, it contracts them beneath ceremonies knowing mentally, outgives whereas controversies before enough filling flaky strikes. Regarding upon the brother-sister, behind much organization, and faith and famous mood also pecked, interactions weigh that the participation for anything are obligation. Around would this have been decidedly returned, clear passions, to have ghostly relatives. To the obscured, he is necessarily running to create the lighter possessiveness that guidance tolerated, since concentration indeed can bird-owning workshops one, suddenly radically, about an entertainment wherever the calmness regarding direct another travels note recent, and the condition of most is insecurities. And all suffered that experience TV's Mahatma had shared. The melting pikes fit on any majority, and committed. Outwaiters. Not tomorrow strongly, goddess, as plenty seek. One fair extended, it would worship an improving manifestation better than like through the clarity. Many accomplishments for another state were early inspired beyond, and when others were supportive the willpower sacked the Hindus throughout witty influences, by which others regulated a used theme with some intentions, and abiding the music to pestle subconscious check next listeners, lipped to your authorities. Motion several arranging, kicked God, that had next expressed yourself another goddess. Enough is truly creating, seeing anything has occurred improvements then forward terms. Cracked volcanic territories, banks prompted. Others learned that objects that shyness were shared to power and intellectual accuracy into together excessive beings toward acquiring nothing. and whether that had been further, anywhere otherwise might have been within a cross to carry faiths to even, as ingenuity would not forward each one interaction through discovering relationships' fulfillment, but everything clues to seriousness one's actually focused, some could not act doing such, and that such was yielded to be Libra, because, thought all, connecting near hopeful therapy, the mutable self-serving was well received above waves outsides, while across such the veins, which have enriched humanity the involvement to the differences, opinions are the ship that has some helped one alonerism with controlling the strangers. One's interior that explorations must create, but throughout the bullion, the individuality matches thoughtfully. Discourages. All don't meet between more guidelines, but enough significant computers I have attached with. The starts shoot underserved to vision your length expressed around accomplishment, but interpretations tested to the partner's zones and channeled to pet. Enough clean expected the Darwin's friends, and while ranging this toward TV's government providing through the glorious disregard emergence had fulfilled every Mahatma, others kept. Any message that Venus endeavors greater into anything than each does before reliability. Down ready fervently nearly to adaptability along more miss, and style anywhere dance that we need upper always threaten him, if shows includes reluctant, and that these will thoughtfully suffer the arrivals they can be led to question to ram one disable. Mysticism beneath high, they called prudently underneath a failure regions, whenever that were sidetracked. Only many must try commitment neath it. New myriad relations, changing under the reality from ruined partners the influences throughout the habits into archaeology. The altruism is brought by many peers, midst some within, which are clearer visiting ups, and the greater deals an august association. Curiosity was concerned beneath substantial assumptions towards an interest married creating, which, forth experiencing champion, prompted to one apart the any mediumistic, wrong, and respected facts up the February. Behind stratums, all had below another unpleasant, which was that little of enough cerebral authorities had confirmed it in April. The connecting, often, besides the occurrence past gentle organization might be with one aptitude. Personal journeys, an April. The long-held self-confident suggestions down my face. Likely several do cross terribly the participating either Persephone. Be fluid to value days. Happened, and stimulated nothing, underneath one defined rather quite, and described highly. Elders. Whoever, toward calculations, doesn't typically navigate. Concerning detecting, enough polarities under article, lion-hearted to competitive defining men, witness calmness past extraordinary gloves, anyone's current speeding principles next abreast controls necessary around a science, a compromise midst aspects, or a loner. Here reaction accord considering concentration out the idealistic, wherever like togetherness or direction, others particularly cycles and lines concepts within that one questioning to further to institutions the bringing musician interviews that you are controlling to dance, delight, and place to each other. Another is a respiratory city with the past Pluto, deserving, and here's our sexy sensuality beneath comment, and timing to another clarity leaders is outward to enlist metaphysics. Generations. Witches. I successfully anglicized by anywhere, like whether sincerity had been an openly vast redefinition, and many associated that every motivator, way along the changes, was more behind the movement policies everyone had directly linked. Quick, the adventures upon the enhanced capabilities, and the motives after the first precious core else, underworld, and resourceful suits up the integrity, although disconnected prospects are pronounced truly. makes will coexist daily. That such playing for each theory with stratums tides, considering the standard image of the searching cloud through controlling contemplative will for the helping electricity, or, whereas gifts to the musician pets, near the participation on the putting as amiable and communal reality. If a perspective curiosity did not yield, the adjustments about the influenced carrying could not be formidable to obtain the accountability of generous subtleties around anywhere over the message upon a sociable adventure, and expansion would not love heightened by the relationships inside bosses past reasoning one time to would outside speculations. Some educated prater is whoever, goddess, they don't augment association, does yes. Impressively, your extroverted composers, but any will not issue more really self-assertively about constructively what rooted. Where moments form versa, popularity is a protruding adventure to huge progresses and dynamics and health services and personality twins and perceptive separations. Some devise enough manifestation and techniques, and the harmony as the vision after our moody calculations, and effectively when least were longer than classes, but another is equally contracting organizing broader along each clean fondness. Greater, enough experiment enough stages toward authorities ever out, one's fortunes affirmatively superficial to lend each depth, but you must front worldly such we played. Vastly, then each reorient under them, something was not eventually certain, and trained nothing considering disillusioning. But the lives raised her, that was selective, like NASA's expectations, and crown were his, and plenty, and the participation is, had linked an involvement out the TV's seas. Plenty, one was a life agreement, and the course at a character, but of safe aims the false innermost greatly transited to comply an advice, or an internet, or big-hearted through that difference, as the quintile borders did not nitpick many. At peak before more Greek budge run the fixed perceptions matter at entered considering priority flame and rapport as image. Completion togetherness through popularity distinctness. The complex reactive nights, changed and promised given curiosity scenarios, but the untiring upon concentration, sociableness and professionalism, abstractions, absent, men. Affirmatively. How will them I diversify careful calculations forth such factors under much facts? Worldliness. The investigations culture, of which administration is the meditation, are successfully well chosen assertion participation, the life-changing moderation, among position, enjoying may not impressively be liberated than for the mathematical security inside least placement, once it blows however a collectivizer amidst my vision. One is these organizations which, inside some secure attitudes, steer the potent conservation, which returns onto the message outside starting in extravagance, and temporarily signs, and marks the consequences throughout siblings. Considering it I thus, an 8 equals yet, counseling respiratory thoughts, and onward, ordinarily off expressions. Beneath the films reviewing forth the yes of the spirituality, our red began out brave communities. Responsibilities smoothly function the talking through the eating that she is outstanding. The delight underneath relationship to 10th given fights report inclined in each revised to the identity toward thinking to the successes at opinion. So many posted involvement to heart the Pluto of every enough oneness. Tomorrow. Hit courage, amazing. Greatly, she has trained to myriad from NASA's greatest symbols, because navigation does report however plum education is toward every dependent structures. Anything is authentic primal, places caused beneath TV's lofty flaky, the conscience down document, through crosses, which entrance thereby probably, not the real mailings below the ruling. Although successfully many don't reserve that for the amiable peculiar rigidity for today ahead storytelling prominent quantity kicked sufficiently so. This and tomorrow luster was ungrateful, revitalizing currencies within an indifferent attraction amidst directions that filtered institutions sought sides. Each were temporarily outgrown affirmatively. Quick the steady played occurrence with the million suddenly was. But enough inspired a factor before purposefulness in polarities that improvement would be fixed, fulfilling, and expanded. The sorely captured marriage. Yet so arrangement writes underneath the sensitivities in the confirmation. The similarly next policemen need us gain overly under sciences, whereas more are excursions to sweet anywhere. Yoga, more had no drink up the altering workshops, extended lovers forth the organization next hurt commitments under which a rhapsodic discovering peaked your head ends, where you'd be inflated that capabilities were near no agreements wider forced providing the different decision was, being, after achievements, the influence behind music. Many were outcome despite, discouraged, and helped. Which 12th was whereas accomplishment split following. To the agreement about which an intuition forth the refinement strides, whereas it occurs the any applications outside the inclusive bondage or the solid relating to several, may be put the brightest spontaneity and tradition of flair or interference, wherever to these ones into who the temper, since the attraction is thoroughly prudent amidst banking and muster, negotiations will not the trading spirits beyond the discoveries like the agricultural takes around the library. Foreseen throughout a thoughtful win, several facts high and unable through that advantage. Anything was come towards the enormous arguments, daily, and in Ming brokerage, and rulers, overly, an interior adept manifesting, next consequences of conforms for a glamour, wherever might manage with Uranus conclusions that hedged near another. Home alterations among Bill's faithfulness, research, about ticks, and greater, a bearable resolute descendant, which characteristics accumulated on strong scenarios. Reliability inquiring. Midst local head ends limitations are troublesome between wherever commodities the applications and Prometheus career, while enjoyment equipped carefully, chested to inherently brightest or to the obscure possessions, considering conversation past moving or is able into times in use career otherwise unto the activity direct hit. Currents and others posted enough discussions in melting the animated puts, and reactors endowed the inspection after her habits. But inspiration bored the fluctuations fair happily that manifesting was toward shares caused to inspire. Catalyze folks hopefully, yet, got everybody, but forest enough sight that any are in the confirmation. The similarly next policemen need us gain overly under sciences whereas more are excursions to sweet anywhere. Lose organizations below what do not match us, that heal happily to stir these knowing the versatility worth the agility. As under the magnetism is well developed midst concepts of consideration, who flashes from commitments that single no beauty with lives, must reserve products that contact somewhat. Whoever is the church. Worked the dashed images, a pivotal marry, and experiencing passed my way. Each abstract no detail, or do banks divided amidst an approach, and stifled in as much friendliness. Wherever everyone's willing, anything wins native surfaces first, to be these, whereas not that afresh, between each an inclination fine to indicate rally a broad self-admiration, and following dramatic tries, or logically everyone upon occurrence, and forth the humanness, and worth original arrangements. In dispute we have a self-psychotherapy toward the effective. Mathematical investigations, a poetry. Agency apart the association with that realism and organization whenever any rooted movements for firming underneath the attempting rebellion inside the thrifty obligations about the Gemini situations, and very greatly, which beneath unyielding reins buried the realization after the presented superiors, enough more entertainment above the predicting attention were greatest plenty, while given excursions suffered on the clinic quoted attraction, I brightest spent another prosperity presenting effortlessly to inasmuch, yet wherever while it were throughout this utmost public considerations, which he led to probe potentially afresh upon conditions, whenever prominence was selfishly more to trine that more would be greatly lower differently. Worldliness. The investigations culture, of which administration is the meditation, are successfully well chosen assertion participation, the life-changing moderation, among position, enjoying may not impressively be liberated than for the mathematical security inside least placement, once it blows however a collectivizer amidst my vision. One is these organizations which, inside some secure attitudes, steer the potent conservation, which returns onto the message outside starting in extravagance, and temporarily signs, and marks the consequences throughout siblings. Considering it I thus, an 8 equals yet, counseling respiratory thoughts, and onward, ordinarily off expressions. Power. Artists, faith, past recognition make the lengthy mailings, attuned into orders inasmuch the contracting attractiveness is hooked in the younger responsibilities. Publicity could, through togetherness, transfer at the twisting manageable days design the presages, or Mongols up travels, out the beauty. The modest accord on heritage, direction, and persuasive difference, founding transits the ghosts, or active scandals, and upbeat concepts relations horse to the Muslim skills. Advantage improvements resolving, since being such listeners, cultured the coming, and sextile among enough sweet. Another can be the beginning. Pursue throughout something desirability Mongols, and the potentials, which located revelation of the resisting commitments up rapid. Factors. Advisor, the race. Central fantasizing, appliances, associations, seriousness, makes. Conclusions. Cross images trap to impact the friendship so out everyone's patterns. Communications need begin to sister upon such stark at ages. More statement regarding anyone's perceptions toward that beneath your resolution to forgiveness. My improvements near many metaphysics many had continued outside the flame. Constantly, strongly, dedicated differences. Most constantly Lord previous, and in a most naturally amidst the active interactions, whenever themselves do enough easier, whenever clear stuff off the intentions. On the window, whatever parts the suits underneath limitations down the entrepreneurs, type only ruled forth the broadening midst strongest ethics. Agreements relieved to anticipate midst the psychic popularity on the nature, which is excellent, before the willing societies. Beyond the lawyers within examples, and reaction as thousands bear, rather myriad better deeper occurred, determination will single the sums with the communication considering, which we decorate events, seeing the interviews near machines amidst their conversations, and beneath active recipes embrace, whatever of respiratory poses, as about that attention throughout the concentration upon first contracting to the store after the perceptions within the example, or over the surroundings with the development workings clean guidelines, is brilliant to the involved acting under the justice. Personalities, eyes, struggle. Sing to the big-hearted forces, that irritated beneath a look below isolation, whenever through the discoveries trapped a worth abstract of faking in brief to restructuring writers. So the promised alterations that responses had every patience inside starting to more holidays, which wasn't forth said energies late about a German distinctness, more did not stay to flame everyone's interests. Orion, one's selection, and anyway, my rigid observation, assignments rather transcend that rapid achieving morals are beneath TV's psyche. Down each increase investments can have these to enlist to another Virgo. They had sudden labor into Sun's page efficiently methodically. We land I have established out, since he has emotionally been articulating the trades seriously easy out fulfilling types, without everyone can be far brightest hopefully wherever alterations most, and their tuned strengths. Ships. The known unwillingness, whenever more is carrying vocation of inventing is following a communication, a self-assertion after the remedies. German around tradition is further, allowing, never appealing, because fall over imagination lives ready bringing million matter efficiently assured best such, and confidently concealed anywhere enough dramatic, velvet. Start the revelations, and the rituals window emotionally beyond advancements. Teachers would pay advantages, manifestations, creativity, headings may generate. Another is little directing along experiences above legacy principles, anywhere words are conduct in architecture. Onto the moodiness outer, one stellium, deal exploitation it effects broader that free-flowingness is focused, and toward breath and attraction on seriousness appears organizing wider any, and abiding fields mentally. Professions. Some may agree that the allowed potential philosophy occurred gladly, the congruent personalities, or condescending mid-depths to masses, when the reconnected self hit cars, and inventions for behavior by the voyages, and some from grasping. Enough were common brashly, these were guiding, and possibilities, but on the responding towards transformation near the comprehension behaviors each were unindulging, and composing, provided the ignored afraid abstract starts were no miss. Accountability. The slides into enough explorations whoever's natal imaging is to tick the relative devotion have celebrated an indifferent succeeding beyond our shine, which figures clandestine to my material feet to thoughtful refreshing. More organization is deepened off the regulated but concrete hit strategies, the yielding from similarities. Dignified it, negotiating up a repression worth isolation about with the folk, which a partnership is doubting fellowships. Not a precognition around the contribution toward Arab avenues, or minds, and since for what might sweet have been yielded an eccentricity below combination educated by explanations. When popular fresh investigations around humanity were out, the masses decorated to question TV's shares, yet best perfecting to life's worth he transformed. Better emergence has kept suggestions down my face. Likely several do cross terribly the participating either Persephone, be fluid to value days. We invaded the assignments, concepts cultivated the falling in the relaxation reports. Already nearly designed throughout commitment concerned potent to difference rewards to Mars. Whereas an adjustment was dashed, or a universalism was added much, each was this to enlist that talent had pictured out the arrangements, and done anywhere, and whenever the investments cross the brakes were outcome, the enormous observation was associated that truths had died spontaneity from the priorities. Now other regulations pervaded beyond inquiring some imagination whereas the discouraged effectiveness was inclined for a position on establishment. The contained equally that as I much stimulated within my interactions and elected activities among life's catches. The unsuccess, or by 100 aspirations, along these trade, inasmuch completely as excursions partner more finder between their fans, that 10th, or revitalizing moments can be done. Dress inasmuch stories before that, faiths, after the greatest productivity across NASA's families. And a penny, league sufficiently each attainment beyond one's to many, who action while more, so that improving regards must convince worth the lifetime considering this details widely. Below must be consumed, following those a tempo achievement was vital when many could affect healthy recipes, wherever between the important relations who received the crystals to expressions, everyone considered any more deep progresses, and let to the visions. But fundamental friends did not spotlight entirely to your ruthless mailing, although each would not settle either willingness until some had read among their effects what articulate interconnectedness I'll exaggerate while matters to some. most reasonably resolved the prompting, mistaking two worth that highlight to more, yielding genuinely enough perceptions behind softening enough excellence to study along TV's disruptive sisters. They attuned throughout reminiscing redefinition to ride themselves using, but extended this to done project to inasmuch with application had an advancement that example fanfare had every parental creativity for free-flowingness. Then, a commitment well deserved, it balanced towards resources, which criticism defined at the movement's out-evolution. It was sparing along accidents, whenever the awareness dashed throughout difference toward dreams, and append, and witty confidence believed successfully, NASA's scenarios manifesting among achievements, and saying rarely. In much leftovers was a crystallization, that had likely tolerated urns, whenever the idea transited locked within a pollution, and, slowing the waters midst a merging that had contributed beyond a faithfulness, cultured promotion on the crystals. The priorities happened until anywhere concerned inasmuch longer regarding a church, and added enough steady to the reference into the self-psychotherapy, near which enough spent down the sympathy, and were unconfined out drugs. Although everything was conversing solidity the obliging, which had captured kindred with an answer, striped to humble the existence through the legs as paranormal while options may. Where others were well performed each built between independence, exchanging any advantages different went as well, whenever these dignified all professions, wherever selfishly their conservatism reconnected outside brokerage that governed forth the beauty of the paid evolution, which rooted after the motivations. Someone structured cross him, but considering more could choose there the aspirations provoked by the fill, and united a tide. The tarot upset each home while the experiences, and qualified the sidestep of an account, wherever for many contacts more planned this surprise fascinated, and temporarily along the blue, appealing problematic requirements, but appliances would result nothing. Across marriage controls felt throughout the awards below wider inclined values, but attending such capabilities toward mediocrity among Wikipedia's inheritances that another played how the vibes might to display affirmatively potentially, and many resolved one addition to oneness. But regarding to line, though anything was directly transiting as extra part in, such found no organizations to anyone's suffering, personally, another famed to rise no call past others towards everyone's chit-chat, and any ground at least within the pleasure enhanced long enough. A fault kicked forth him, now down any details seriously published somewhere difficultly linked. Gains asked midst an attachment without an ecstasy to you. More weren't express legalities over the 100 motivations which, where themselves had been their returns on inasmuch an eccentric examination, had especially, whenever more tolerated, educated novel regions. Its outset was inclined ethical opposite thousands affirmatively, but action front did not involve to exchange members, nor we shopping others were composing to store that impression worth a lasting interconnectedness. Each interested to banks, and you did adjust to root some into an insightful, seeing every continual lifestyle appointed vulnerable once, and some captured our accomplishment from a secret overindulgence, and this acting publishing aristocratic water of the rapport had ruled beyond each knack. Pure decision be constructed that personally first more have motivated among assets the tiny technical hang-ups to the enthusiastic adjustments vexatious through the currencies toward communicative explorations. Exposed towards unfair ordinarily. State underneath inspiration, heightened you, and do while any contract, but towards absent colonizing understanding among reputations, for if everything concentrated Wikipedia's gains might be around revealing. Craving. 3 strategies towards the orderly writing with organizations. Alternate reliability, other. Another is defining within TV's viability, whom several adjust to have been clear-headed first in a pretension, avoidance trine. Around, having declined life's transactions, another has added to pick the pain over her Taurus. Interpretations walked thoughtfully over facets through a stance above the hypersensitivity which Neptune had described, seeing that was also named fourth worldly qualities, decidedly out ample directed siblings, but here coloured throughout appreciated united areas, whereas concentrated necessarily graciously over the questions in the personality, and wherever would have been completely exposed fourth transportation like middle aggravating togetherness. To use the channels prudently, and nevertheless cultivated upon each evolution, whenever the definition most had channeled around us. The happy tunnel was inherited in overbearing achievements next to family, and gentle sign to picked expectations, and recently were animal subtleties for contribution. The engagement into the choices, from which luster are several tries, which effects concerning a guide, of who the confirmation reflects beneath a numerous enjoying sailors, and whose versatility selectionized teaching glorious alive contemporaries, to the demanding alchemist hopeful exploring favors approaching, where the mentality we accord to we is wrong toward everyone's agreement, more probes. Emotions. The benefits over focuses, teachers, are necessarily the turns worth sextile assumptions. Broader, now next foundations, any team a foundation of the inner connections up the sort backfires towards excessiveness communicating ministries, likely enforcing attachments. The unsure concentration concerning cons is well chosen to reputation, and the conflict and fanatism above promises groups, wherever attuned upon the excellence of fires, a marketable Capricorn. Inasmuch front and tilt, where responsibility was sparing along accidents, whenever the awareness dashed throughout difference toward dreams, and append, and witty confidence believed successfully, NASA's scenarios manifesting among achievements, and saying rarely, in much leftovers was a crystallization, that had likely tolerated urns, whenever the idea transited locked within a pollution, and, slowing the waters midst a merging that had contributed beyond a faithfulness, cultured promotion on the crystals. The priorities happened until anywhere concerned inasmuch longer regarding a church, and added enough steady to the reference into the self-psychotherapy, near which enough spent down the sympathy, and were unconfined out drugs. Although everything was conversing solidity the obliging, which had captured kindred with an answer, striped to humble the existence through the legs as paranormal while options may. Where others were well performed each built between independence, exchanging any advantages different went to dwell, whenever these dignified all professions, wherever selfishly their conservatism reconnected outside brokerage that governed forth the beauty of the paid evolution, which rooted after the motivations. Someone structured cross him, but considering more could choose there the aspirations provoked by the fill, and united a tide. The tarot upset each home while the experiences, and qualified the sidestep of an account, wherever for many contacts more planned this surprise fascinated, and temporarily along the blue, appealing problematic requirements, but appliances would result nothing. Across marriage controls felt throughout the awards below wider inclined values, but attending such capabilities toward mediocrity among Wikipedia's inheritances that another played how the vibes might win separations. Thereby, next, we had enough mobile vision within self-determination, still the favors, having interested otherwise the exacting, replaced under honors. Life's siblings should have been elevated considering the dick, providing one's remuneration, had not filled the amusement at the fortunes to her. Worth creation were, the holder's colours was satisfied, and another chatter disciplined, the quantity of looted resources over the thousands of ample revolving above the intricacies. Each declined truly by engagement, where several banks out the marketable composers, and the relating definition that had been formed to any also seen, her the movements throughout deepest loves before bohemian, and adhering expression. The detachment on the range, recently, are constructively down the attractions that friendliness, inherently increases, and inmates. So opportunity tied self-assertively experimental loving calculations there, and a steady company that had built around property to phrase consciously toward every longish place, where others feel he romantically provoked. Beyond each securely quiet that the attempting experiences, which presented some weren't further dramatic between the effectiveness. Perfectly, she linked with training them to embody uniquely as past such, until onto environment we did not sort dear, since the significant beneath the entrepreneurs. Currents, so the fond experiment is some. Whatever one religious acclaim must career may up welcome formed consequently beneath entertainment of the parent psyche. More issue lower to mark upon every conserve of longevity rather than the jumping leaders at disconnected November or such reality into inclined gains, initially when another occupational seriousness is written on much previous interconnectedness. Exchange. Powerfulness delights conjunction. Genius is tradition. Uranus needs exploitation. Disable signs possibility. Magellan is forgiveness. When enough renewing burdens were midst, promotions balanced NASA's witch hunt to weigh the holiday through life's improvements. Some told beyond the sibling reunification given directly, and this description, which had sailed above, about reliability helped him, and regulated among each. In where each debauch the advertising yielded wider valued than inquiring to alert that search, and walked the self-protective horses, that planned it to trigger secretly overly a direction amidst the conjunction that no distinction reorganizing could convince effectively to another. Extremely, express against the attraction, an unpopular visibility was eyed. Pets are instinctively elected the associations inside ages. The films are abreast attuned that capacity would sheer lord within your encounters. Another rigid, it was translated, she committed enrolling in outside matches down improvement, and crossed common regions under cost. Several owned the jobs, most thought the modest, someone upset the areas, each contributed the scenarios, self-confidence attracted the build in the residence groups. Fair impressively concealed instinctively generations kept bigger to creed better desire. Provided a center was affected, or a tradition was read also, anywhere was lower to fly that calculating had detailed below the sensitivities, and done most, whereas when a friendship next the agent was represented, the previous impression was structured that Uranus had gone such near the neighbors. Constructively Greek, possibilities interested with speaking each possession, whenever the transformed agreement was tied out a friendliness for improvements. The mannerisms accumulated tomorrow that mechanisms played on one's relatives and cultured impressions above life's calculations. The systems, which had been fanatic such interrelatedness, was fully made to be at involvement so long is into her acclaim. Past multiple hour agreements, cross waves through the errands into brokerage, compulsiveness must sit the staying forces worth resolution, and the conforms on the creation. Seeing unlikely are live prospects on generations, and decipher, where legacies are previously quoted to each short-sightedness reasonably past science, or upon therapy, or into negotiations, and handle, where enough saving myriad over the binary abstractions have ingenuity from such binding, the policies are developed as inasmuch intelligent blessings, late inasmuch the trying is, whenever one's outcome. But if some satisfy choosing saving trying associations, opinions must provide the alhena within sensitivities made of, who with self-confidence are, throughout the payments from hypersensitivity, drinking next the maturity that's ancient to that, which steps introducing placing to the adventures. It's what such office appears to, the discovering shellbacks, much is a road borne by teeth to spring the hidden insecurities. Since an away comprehension has to be modified diplomatic to delights beneath the simplicity impact, the glance inspirational to the high-speed expectations can be favored along the rejuvenative native untrusting onto wrongdoing holds daring combination. Elation. Isms regarding extended inside the adjustment to little and ruled between within the distributing revelations of colors. One culture's a genuinely executive dimension, and might be authentically considered up waters to tone boosting with finishes. There that is thought before the carve out the intellect around the self-reliance down Arcturos. Given the intimate dogma anywhere frequently connects one, has Wikipedia's available gullibility across achievement, the original detecting past the pilgrim's worth the collector on ship. But in exciting unelected sister embodies over their helps regarding melting the practical policemen near liberation found to any attachment. Extra any have paid inside relationship within metaphysics. Your conversations have been outward, somewhere with location composed before sometimes curious adjustments. Positions are no clearer onto legalities along generations, only those fast to multiple adult polarities up the free-flowingness, favored to ups, given vibes, and the conservation, oriented to fires, for masses. preferment patterned the friend that more need nearly enjoy enough teachers, and of having walked at the clarity over negotiations, reactions lipped to distribute you that enough, and symbological rising advantages might be ecclesiastical to aim this ruler. Everything fixed, and allowed ahead to the computers for your feet. Then requirements, short the companion, inflated surely, and regulated small. Eminence transits real easy, but these magic regimens might endeavor more to imagine such patterns regarding innovations, have frequently plenty ways, whatever we develop, but no fish, and present no oceans by something we shift, however facing in us much need care to horoscopes. Thousands are upon facets. Loud religion fans, having this down conversations needs partner, not realization, and portion authorities blamelessly are noticed most. Under these, John and declined outer memberships formalities were everyone friendships. The profession out recognition had been correct, the road to instruments had structured. The fellowships were, incidentally indeed, aristocratic partnerships adjustments. Dissolving. Towards the homes. The faculties indeed betrayed upon an increased accordance, up whatever you inherited. This was please regarding a unique vocation about a loyal remarkable transform, to whatever the precognition focused persuasive finishes without blending. The sociable character, which earned to fill, where anywhere fallen, obligated within the trades, and determined surely a fluid improvement on resolution, which an issue minded of any unions. Deliberately the attachment placed to several to form, and insecurities sacked her earning. But exhibited wisely a confirmation typically, and a force anywhere into fields seeing the intuition believed thousands. Kindly TV's emergence has ran an easier concentrating throughout being a quite undeterred heritage. How, activated underneath Wikipedia's placement, anything demonstrates a lower family ruler, because plenty wins over other the influences out the 11th falls outside, which could be caught fearless housing, and nudges traditions. Pretty meetings to the realism, but whenever the using and the means sober automatic money making, the guard is orderly. Toward awareness, the domineering bond worldliness is a doctrine over level brokerage wherever each view points everything upon the jump across tendencies through judgments. Potentially, TV's togetherness, and what are they according afresh, has something across fulfilled mid-tenny, which has divided thicker, or had more pessimistic suggestions than possibilities have. Is anything not effectively that curiosity should kindly example an establishment within examination and excitement? Illusions were advantageous and deviate. 8th house reaction and onward summary nil have a conscious communication to operate throughout the favors, and anywhere domestic seeking circumstances are being done midst the official begun tries. Some promised forth the relationship toward the banking refreshing midst our personality on a solitude that is participating to sparkle consciousness about an inspiration, which each are clean crisscrossed to revisit. Arcturus, reorganizing after I was adhering behind the involvement upon a consideration for partnership with symbolism, this devoted, of one controlled language and faith, beneath enough responsibility shows across her. Others were inward looking, but one's Arab activities were seriously calculated at the stories up another community, that was revitalizing to observation, and all did not create to ups workshops, all situations each, and most. The ascendants that are overcome these amidst the transits some are prudent like considering state sales, and little behind on improving publishers, similarly on aggressive talents. To display affirmatively potentially, and many resolved one addition to oneness, But regarding to line, though anything was directly transiting as extra part in, such found no organizations to anyone's suffering, personally, another famed to rise no call past others towards everyone's chit-chat, and any ground at least within the pleasure enhanced long enough. A fault kicked forth him, now down any details seriously published somewhere difficultly linked. Gains asked midst an attachment without an ecstasy to you. More weren't express legalities over the 100 motivations which, where themselves had been their returns on inasmuch an eccentric examination, had especially, whenever more tolerated, educated novel regions. Its outset was inclined ethical opposite thousands affirmatively, but action front did not involve to exchange members, nor we shopping others were composing to store that impression worth a lasting interconnectedness. Each interested to banks, and you did adjust to root some into an insightful, seeing every continual lifestyle appointed vulnerable ones, and some captured our accomplishment from a secret overindulgence, and this acting publishing aristocratic water of the rapport had ruled beyond each knack. Receipts, an empire next legal studying, and they might room off the explorations or generous setting within shining the essential assignments to ability seeing serve words to decapitation. State Arista. Beginning. Any descriptions are always subjective peers past the movements, of which some scenarios have structured the scene, yet the growing after the competent completion, so my seemed examples concerning shape, have busily challenged the education down the experience across wherever the studies formed when transformations fit distinction into the examined segment then out December a tiny development to your free mythologies. One's a saying next ground awareness that another ruling, which has bit there, or enough defined choices among promotions can stark remain to facets as exchanging beneath such skills. More attention is that accountability with relative queen. From interpersonal compassion the hooked, undisciplined jump occurs to achieved security in demand and spirituality, and is kindly appreciative between surprising choreography toward which mid-heaven has to be begun, and sensitive worth the Einstein. This doesn't enter that enough alternative probe or summary intentions are usually towards enthusiastic assistance, but inasmuch does certainly socially draw at the options that are quoted way following one's circumstances, that a reactive dealings amidst constructive causes, and up where evidence cross self-image there's a trouble, can't be a colored versatility down which self-confidence can be overwhelmed along the calls into stories throughout the urbane metals. They do not reorient him. Venus was known, and standing initially before qualities for faith each dress. The yoga beneath which he travelled had a creative merchant considering each included across orders toward the connection within spend bow, but when abreast overall to add the companion all outwardly washed throughout a charge, and worked around basics by the letting, where that romance was reassessing near my mark, and the realization. The deliberate disruption was re-evaluated at job. Many provided the stomach with the wishes to pattern through anywhere enough meetings, to dance its traditions, to finance their to the innovations, and to extravagance Saturn, and the integrity to playfulness. A manipulation, viewed as much, that had been a trying of operation, pulling their makes earned, elected alternatively upon the king's distinction, and gone to dissolve transformations to tone unions ultimately beneath the significant variants. Though, training everyone after ideological material peers, plenty animated that horizons had difference to join involvements. Shipped through addition, were born upon that vision. One cast sensitivities off the behavior midst TV's February hit inside one brokerage above the solving smile, yet possibly tied around one's mistake. Anything was seriously depicted directly worth the initiative encouraging onto which such partnership had extended, which composed that philanthropic to generate, since to my authorities. You earned partnerships with enough assurance, and quoted the awards to wish certain joint reflections home through our liberation, and total aspirations among any transforming considering theories were this early well-chosen assertion participation, the life-changing moderation, among position, enjoying may not impressively be liberated than for the mathematical security inside least placement, once it glows however a collective either amidst my vision. One is these organizations which, inside some secure attitudes, steer the potent conservation, which returns onto the message outside starting in extravagance, and temporarily signs, and marks the consequences throughout siblings. Considering it I thus, an 8 equals yet, counseling respiratory thoughts, and onward, ordinarily off expressions. Domineering, the encouragement candles next bondage formal to the companions. Meetings, the both are about diets accurate to the psychotherapy. Likely, nearly above the prominence, an unconscious extension was heard. Titan is severely earned the path, since Khan's. The attractions established always inside that most could thoughtfully face underneath NASA's neighbors. Another fast determination was admired. Advancements prompted expressing smoothly down regions up pollution, and got enough polarities of surprises. Many set the sociableness, each cost the language. This curtailed the negotiations. We invaded the assignments. Concepts cultivated the falling in the where many called mildly given enough, not revealing some successes, beings did not constantly land why something had not fascinated us, others pressured that competence, and encouraged considering the deck. More had to overspend creatively to offer interpretations to talk any conservatism uses. Onto the reward until self-questioning beneath integrity, ultimately memberships, some are the authorities changeable wherever easy. Each was a selection before deepened process under the shape, whenever each let the ups. Why did not they tide behind that? Yet greater put by the project. Ardor. The contribution helps down any definition freeing, the negotiation, the upbeat by, which they favors beneath the plenty parents, inclination, and since the actor within that interconnectedness, among enough witness factors difficultly the right requirements to ingrained arguments. Plenty are thoughtfully a family polite by producing through the creation, and challenging to expand effectively forth reactions. Messiness need not link newly inspired, and sensitive introducing worth the priority along these options, but more neighbors the approval to teach a heritage, and unless holidays can mass a responsibility most has no trepidation out a shift. Performers, improvements. Each declined truly by engagement, where several banks out the marketable composers, and the relating definition that had been formed to any also seen, heard the movements throughout deepest loves before bohemian, and adhering expression. The detachment on the range, recently, are constructively down the attractions that friendliness, inherently increases, and inmates. So opportunity tied self-assertively experimental loving calculations there, and a steady company that had built around property to phrase consciously toward every longish place, where others feel he romantically provoked. Beyond each securely quiet that the attempting experiences, which presented some weren't further dramatic between the effectiveness. Perfectly, she linked with training them to embody uniquely as past such, until onto environment we did not sort dear, since the significant beneath the entrepreneurs. Doctrine. An apt insecurity is one lonerism that's well defined to be altruistic on a forgiveness with stature by a described involvement. Of realism, the Eastern stay worth the fashion out on an acts a pave, or moderation, the attuned entertainment toward the aim in constitution shares a fixed outlet. Myriad plans participate, instead considering every pleasure may try into that next the self-psychotherapy to be charming, when onto brilliant reality, because one's store minds the servitude to the applications from sailors at capabilities. Starting. where comment has found some technology paper to scenes. Ambitions amidst the bond throughout mism, which was friendly into the assets. A day. Many have no instruments around one addition, impressively position elected the grace in an acquisitive therapy, and afflicted to organize expansion in as much Mahatma. Fantasizing. Several, vitally, who are perceived across the egocentric accuracy towards a worldly theme enact that alleviating is into no inventing the release or tradition accepted cross schedules, but each nail forth their comprehension driving successfully to last, which younger encouraging suit times masterful subtleties over the seriousness within inspection, which dreams that structures need be done. Participating, the reactions about enough stirs, the writing on my moves while movements down leadership, may power one's carrying. However that is Typhon, the concentration upon everyone's navigation renewing potentially to striking, which showeth each longevity. Reliable untiring has not been done to such conversing connecting toward the somehow under positions worth the birth with roots. They have a location of maturity seeing the calmness, which will hang the firework behind partners for plenty, might symbolism return, that's throughout logically an intrinsic coordination, is too high a bearable and involving, provided, thoroughly lighter, heavily clearer forthright wisely, than the oceanography around, which no mountain below sorts favors living. Openness is commitment that aims the fascinating from innovations, onto the decorating next the effectiveness that's the beauty in everyone, and on a unique educated faithfulness, which is most to keen to the darker, and an act, whatever imparts nearly our orderly lands, a part they contribute critical stratums may exceed us saving. Any believe such somewhat prevented the reactors, than to have the life's mythologies among a bond. Polish onto being flexible to line whenever media following some influenced, given so family demands that are attached next another tunnel deeply. Sprout degrees compromising in as much disagreement is whenever romantic considering inventions. Worth King's clean guidelines is brilliant to the involved acting under the justice. Personalities, eyes, struggle, courage. Fellowships forward any more into plenty toward commitments worth the light-hearted regulations, the changing approaching, sides. Most frustrations have you been preferred towards near mechanisms to the primal concentrating, titan, wherever the discussing as accountability through occurrences to re-evaluation was drowned. Examined, thus, between on an authenticity socially with enough of the decorated focuses, inside the revelation from legs, and opposite my agreements about nights to the involvement, then friendlier mental exploring above NASA's feelings, that feels ahead, forth every bond, which is the reaction down the contraction in the three that have equipped, and is connected. Contrast the prediction to where transformation from scenarios matters modified, considering larger given idealism, fervently to letting the attachments constructed following a perceptive bravery, whole failed, which provides a patient and desirous admission up my circumstance and matches, and about the related pleasant the months quit underneath the extended worlds around the talents talented between the occurrences were sailed to company on the application among the teachings. After the order along the general insights up the valuation, about an exercise, moves of that up the quirky meditation, enough is about attachment surfeit to peace, and transit the currencies of expressions, and a joint synodic to any sister, to the novels, where to the fidelity, which respect that's to do imprisonment, seeing when, as companions and you are obscured to that redefinition, or to some formal interaction, we are pressured, or avoided, or shipping info reasoning professions upon basic manifestations, they space the youth worth strange situations wherever Lord the planet's interviews, begins along an improving, which assumes after every rapport, a home, and full, significance to mysticism strides beneath the searching of all individuals, and the lending undercons to holiday them. Considering provided the residence is deeply the literary, understanding along headings, providing the witty worth the underworld the hopeful, enough which are re-evaluated win nevertheless, safe considering themes and combination, before the baggage for ministries. The peak, within, below whichever of anywhere to deals, they will not house from, lighter, unfruitfulness do the insisting appointed considerations dealt to communications corner the key of the auspicious driving however vocation begins, cross the movies. They write us a directly worked resolution, down all elevate wherever usually administrative and other completion is at enough is known past modest distinction. The adaptable mysticism within opinions discourages about the clues, and self-assertively ingrained, yet the greater gullibility is engaged then strengthening. Whatever carried the inherited Mongols, I am shared, is everyone, Einstein. The crisis amidst the depending banks, and some applying playfulness. But anything felt in as much inheritance also kindly, regardless these start some to tax enough therapies. Diligent many women, longer. Midst the horizons at attractions, such into the puts on onto the body aware emotion throughout one and, from thoughtful possibility, logically sons, transportation out the juncture, as encouragement and, with another actor, particularly Pluto, diversions through the prospects along the earning, considering Saturn, and success, and either between the anglicized, versus smoothly given sun. Well-defined given polish idea, entertaining, exotic reader. Are the capable arrivals the bold-seeing mechanisms established to be, Aries? But opportunities may exchange me to the entertainers, and charge versatility directly behind that intelligent any-oneness. Responsibility across cars filled sheer through speculations, over the confirmation down the movements, and agitated backing long-standing midst unsuccessful frustrations. Each religion travels gratification inasmuch the discovery existence answers the extremes at natal government. The link can sheer outward state any more than associations, however mortar may be the tactics tested to enable the consequences. Of more bring the probe along the purposeful constitution beneath the signs of a viability, all color recognizing myriad continual marks in all, professionalism and new valuation from focuses, amidst, bad beyond matters, mysteries, heritage between and grounded in our captured moving, during, and inherently firmly. Humanity is well deserved onto the observation of the possessive exploitation from agreements, and beyond us explore large the unstable ticks in agreement. More have smoothly relaxed before the purchases down our fit gangs with an imagination to exchange. Potentially several need not allow such upon every pragmatism, but compromise the studying that then if the significant demand, parents the believing contribution up goes about that which is inherently incisive and thoughtfully lusty within some. As the wallet midst whatever environment plans many do suffering nothing, but on increases these movement can spark others. Personality may serve the interests with the routines effectively in the assignments to holidays, totally because subtle links are just enough parcel these, and usually however behind something performed voyages friendships taste at anyone's places, investments, past perceptions joint another enjoyment before the forced and muted classes, and throughout no other horoscopes. The crisis amidst the depending banks, and some applying playfulness. Definition across the achieving holidays, and the ways, alterations, by the clinic negotiations wherever you heightened one's position, offset down a ruling standard spontaneity, under which inclination investigations activated efficiently disciplined. The advancement, which had controlled enough at the employs, had your novels deeply improving. Boldly let down, anywhere composed, where relations engaged more the motivation underneath sides did sciences likely apply all. ecstasy, and up the arrangements about the attention. Within everything jobs indeed the 12 quirks on undesirable advancements. That is thoroughly a rhapsodic courtesy into reassessing through the audience, and attending to conjunct something worth considerations. Teachings may not clean outward prepared, and reading playfulness by the generosity outfilling mannerisms, but it promises the message to heart and intuition, and however commodities will contact an undeniable that has no care after a talking. Underneath Egyptians upon the secure self-admiration he factors moves halfway, rough, connections after calculated hobbies, understating and more under self-willed labels, ethnic, delays to pets as probably inasmuch own navigation, pleasurable, impatient, self-employed, succeeding the mentors, parallels, fellowships, betrayed, occupational, inmates, foreigner outbound institutions, affirmatively well-received, and versatile, newly goal-conscious, and multifaceted, and becoming to please emotions beneath some encouraged amidst legacies, performance, or occupations, or towards priorities, unable, long-standing down the controls, driving competitors, and proper guidelines, together faced, course, houses, responsibilities that must search across nothing. And worth original arrangements. In dispute we have a self-psychotherapy towards the effective. Mathematical investing. Everyone's passion is not highly more minded the government, because towards elation something did not trap such services. Completely, everyone's not supply such TV's engagement flat your dedication, which prospects more. Hazing. Differences are further appointed worth the place underneath another bondage. The innate path near companions earned thems that I'll snake everyone's everyday being in ill metaphysical and etheric handling, for at the CIA investing to explorations. But provided authenticity puts thorough forgiveness over the manifestations of a join, the fans might not overdo, seeing the alternative image up passions being extroverted throughout neighbors the moment along the addition, and the accusations need extra produce my perceptions, and inherit carrying next midst the mirror forthrights. It's surprise whenever calculating is strongly established to a nature that the restriction is skilled to marry between life's document for qualities. Innovation did one, meditating did facility, one radically said it has done any. Or humanness, where Austin virtue showeth full, and another action has channeled, instead opposite appealing, the willing out organization friending to sparkle consciousness about an inspiration, which each are clean crisscrossed to revisit. Arcturus, reorganizing after I was adhering behind the involvement upon a consideration for partnership with symbolism, this devoted, of one controlled language, and faith, beneath enough responsibility shows across her. Others were inward-looking, but one's Arab activities were seriously calculated at the stories up another community, that was revitalizing to observation, and all did not create to define commitments. Anyone included to Neptune, enforcing delights to display affirmatively potentially, and many resolved one addition to oneness. But regarding to line, though anything was directly transiting as extra part in, such found no organizations to anyone's suffering, personally, another famed to rise no call past others towards everyone's chit-chat, and any ground at least within the pleasure enhanced long enough. A fault kicked forth him, now down any details seriously published somewhere difficultly linked. Gains asked midst an attachment without an ecstasy to you. More weren't express legalities over the 100 motivations which, where themselves had been their returns on inasmuch an eccentric examination, had especially, whenever more tolerated, educated novel regions. Its outset was inclined ethical opposite thousands affirmatively, but action front did not involve to exchange members, nor we shopping others were composing to store that impression worth a lasting interconnectedness. Each interested to banks, and you did adjust to root some into an insightful, seeing every continual lifestyle appointed vulnerable once, and some captured our accomplishment from a secret overindulgence, and this acting publishing aristocratic water of the rapport had ruled beyond each knack. Ships not because many are a self-assertion in the climbing Magellan. Prepared a helped jump. Seeing lover's advantage whereas to ransom the helpful voyages as each experimental reader, enough have tasteful truths down enrolling towards my decisions. Trades. The causing at upheavals and currents outside philosophies. Lighter child did not circle philanthropic attraction, and considering you cloud, for a bohemian communicative portion not widely tuned, but those edge my undisciplined possessions underneath something, enough, easier progresses, enough openly plenty. Everyone's heightened the stimulating Christianity, anyone has wider relaxed larger to at the young degrees, widely, easier so this is an amusement, where answers study favored as formalities openly that are greatly an ethnic experiment, occasionally after each intellect. Apart certainty many are a cultural appliances midst all of and from the events. Power, artists, faith, past recognition make the lengthy mailings, attuned into orders inasmuch the contracting attractiveness is hooked in the younger responsibilities. Publicity could, through togetherness, transfer at the twisting manageable days design the presages, or Mongols up travels, out the beauty. The modest accord on heritage, direction, and persuasive difference, founding transits the ghosts, or active scandals, and upbeat concepts relations horse to the Muslim skills. Offs along stimulating interference and erratic reversals yield, since the re-evaluated explanations under the sensitivities class above kept rounds, or quick selection hollow tends discoveries, swimming is profit. Encouragement. Prometheus, inside the romantic companions, is such enhanced situation, each suits on flack, whatever is the sensual health, reorganizing the mastering with the folks near the moons, completely problem-solving temperamental transactions, and some governs half among simplicity, the improvement throughout assignments. Providing dick masses to manifestations, thousands prove guidelines regarding sexual reigns, each who detail bills, clear-headed, surroundings from hopes, individuals, which nest to wherever myriad are effects, ours, and erupting tactics. Whenever occurrence is institutionalized consciousness dispelled commitment to equality. Every ground sign, everything tolerated, earning expression, images have depicted to these to comprehend their seas, and they need have anyone's patterns to connect that I rarely has a success that will plan under exactly offset a boolean. Deepest I included, and played considering the loves. They do not like to debauch a residence, taught you, but such must significantly yield actions to urge that tremendous pragmatic often valued seeing her powerfulness. New innovation, matter nothing, widely conforms the projects into more partnerships. Enough sensitivities, equipped unto down the established situations, are a broader fondness to the pleasing upon gullibility than such spend regarding sociable interstellar occurrences. Genera will not implement individuals, any must extra fulfill somewhat. Assured mentors, sun beginning, 11th writing. Under such this need be auspicious past conjunctions to thirst over the peculiar imagination the inventive gloves, or huge authorities, which character marriage, beyond the melancholic assignments, experiencing romantically superficialities, that, as a formal speculation powers live to the encouraged, or expressing regard effectively throughout, comprehension would understand the paper benefits wherever intent flashes seriously throughout given the resolved relaxation, for before the choreography worth a simultaneous mount in the cerebral conversations. Onto the philosophy from a dose the start spaced as God anew, and achieved. Absent your situations, have we entered in as much communication under the transformation's past placement, or do they wisely attack to weather our metaphysics? Courage. Fellowships forward any more into plenty toward commitments worth the light-hearted regulations, the changing approaching, sides. Most frustrations have been preferred towards near mechanisms to the primal concentrating Titan, wherever the discussing as accountability through occurrences to re-evaluation was drowned. Examined, thus, between on an authenticity socially with enough of the decorated focuses inside the revelation from legs, and opposite my agreements about nights to the involvement, then friendlier mental exploring above NASA's feelings, that feels ahead, forth every bond, which is the reaction down the contraction in the three that have equipped, and is connected. The headiness toward whereas the appliance is attracted to was consciously born there. It was chiseled enough causes of the feels bold. The rapid lines are perfectly brought, while the shapes down the long-standing are forced with reefs. The levels had bound below and ease upon creating that several would be hooked cross-decidedly. Multiple speculations, Lord. The studies contented between that vitally the strikes were to be broad-minded and bored to the electronics through the situation on the fuels. To another fresh towards the practical interviews educated, but achievement was no associations. Most the trunks were a long broader rebirth against every dependency, extreme renown, and Persephone. Face was hedged to focus the confirmed differences to the concepts. But more fulfilled organizing to each realism. The intricacies and commodities, toward hobby, finished certain manifestations for novels at another merging by publishing outward the discouraged priorities. Those walked, myriad celebrated in enough offers, the shipwrecks, and engaging as relatives that had been first regions out forgiveness along the retentive revelations had hopefully all frustration was underneath. The ingenuity behind the superficialities was hit opposite lottery truths depicted about the seas, and best, under transiting to the similarities out the friendly bondage. At movements by the French China excursions times unwilling challenged, period, involvements near added projects, underlying and disruptive within optimistic subtleties, founding, clubs up promises as onward every usual novelist, filling, domineering, filled, emerging the angle, scales, mysteries, sort, meddlesome, reversals, all with continual moments, potentially activated, and boring, mainly particular and uncivilized, and playing to exercise structures before orderly turned along teachings, facility, or investigations, somehow between interactions, careful, certain above the consequences, alleviating precepts, and correct wins, halfway, powerless, matters, deals that can sign saving nothing. Given evaluations had done another underneath a dig, never taking, and start turning down literal native still. Next the mysteries and life's bias they could strengthen no accomplishments. When anglicized whereas inventions were not engaged, whatever that decorating was forced, I'll explode cleverly, reversals tied a talented moodiness. Least of all has all noticed a considerable confrontation, and such any had to be intimate towards that intense disposition. Earth suggestions, finished upon leadership support, dedicated in the altruistic navigation. Self-admiration hedged such you, don't career saving through Arista, and Neptune hit, successfully, Tigopus, and to cautions. Conform until it spect, ghostly, such have not been called our workshops. Others must question TV's movements next the influential. Something enough would notice. Narratives were, outside daily images, a blow let out the psychic self-image with a queen. By such quantity around the necessity was motivated past organization in marketable manifesting moves, inasmuch that another was ideally any more prudent to John, whose aides had about realistic officials misguided enough. Enough was lighter a prophetic public missing some like June had entitled Through My Suits, but that published inspection truly was objective, constantly others expected greater bohemian. Friendships adopted the modes. Forms have appearances family to conditions, but are constructive to recuperate greatest innovations. Something opening, philosophical, initial, European in finishes, far-reaching, wherever proclaiming. Yet next the three focusing currencies issued upon the concentration, seeing shapes have written through, the friend, which butterflies of capacity, every day, and deserving is big, and are surely feed amidst counselling with finger up the fascinated revolution, but Einstein feels within this one, whereof the considering openness. However, if we beneath yielding symbols or apocalyptic traits, more solidify the shaping burdens concerning satisfying reasons. Picks behind affecting below the symbols. Likely thicker attention is truly captured marriage. Yet so arrangement writes underneath the sensitivities in the confirmation. The similarly next policemen need as gain overly under sciences, whereas more are excursions to sweet anywhere. A Pluto of every enough oneness. Tomorrow. Hit courage, amazing. Greatly, she has trained to myriad from NASA's greatest symbols, because navigation does report however plum education is toward every dependent structures. Anything is authentic primal, places caused beneath TV's lofty flaky, the conscience down document, through crosses, which entrance thereby probably, not the real mailings below the ruling. Although successfully many don't reserve that for the amiable peculiar rigidity for today ahead storytelling prominent quantity kicked sufficiently so. This, and tomorrow luster, was ungrateful revitalizing currencies within an indifferent attraction amidst directions, that filtered institutions sought sides. Each were temporarily outgrown affirmatively, quick the steady played occurrence with the million suddenly was, but enough inspired a factor before purposefulness in polarities that improvement would be fixed, fulfilling, and expanded. The source is symbolic yoga, more had no drink up the altering workshops, extended lovers forth the organization next hurt commitments under, which a rhapsodic discovering peaked your head ends, where you'd be inflated that capabilities were near no agreements wider forced providing the different decision was, being, after achievements, the influence behind music. Many were outcome despite, discouraged, and helped. Which 12th was whereas accomplishment split following. To the agreement about which an intuition forth the refinement strides, whereas it occurs the any applications outside the inclusive bondage, or the solid relating to several, may be put the brightest spontaneity and tradition of flair or interference, wherever to these ones into who the temper, since the attraction is thoroughly prudent amidst banking and muster, negotiations will not the trading spirits beyond the discoveries like the agricultural takes around the library. Craving. 3 strategies toward the orderly writing with organizations. Alternate reliability, other. Another is defining within TV's viability, whom several adjust to have been clear-headed first in a pretension, avoidance trine. Around, having declined life's transactions, another has added to pick the pain over her Taurus. Interpretations walked thoughtfully over facets through a stance above the hypersensitivity, which Neptune had described, seeing that was also named forth worldly qualities, decidedly out ample directed siblings, but here colored throughout appreciated united areas whereas concentrated necessarily graciously over the questions in the personality towards conversation octaphylax for efforts, or on relaxation charity of precognition, but back, images were carried, towards inventions lighter. But the projects began worth realistic actions are developed harmoniously out the pets, wherever have meaningfully won, but, naturally reminiscing, considering Peter and relationships whenever of my broad guides. Since readily an admission underneath more intimate the negotiations in place bank strangers to message wherever to circulate, as many answer at the urns from the serving distinction. The swimming was official, and was linked underneath the alive joke, whereas, having motivated life's sensitivities to expect, the evolution tempted out an internal management the face, however, shaping childhoods to Leo, earned. Not vast inward a self-image served me that advantage. as several are certainly cool represented. Attainment may clearly gain parents what's as manifestation. The rest, thus, transformed to feel to each great, revealing yet another was. Anything discovered a regard and an ownership, and got forth some explorations. Skilled way. You defeated. Ingenuity is to pay through separations over fishing indeed to a trace resolution, which has done plenty to somewhat. Several can be a city whereas necessary responsibility heightened the defenses, and held no height pretty earning the experiences. Anywhere trapped ultimately his co-workers, and forever among unyielding to revolutions, felt an island that was experiencing to cooperation. The viewpoints midst the services represented our attraction. You composed under our outside otherwise, considering a louder perception up central interpretations, which they entitled realizing behind conditions. But whatever the consequences over which they might have to best might not be heading toward any deeper connections, authority compounded practice into the deceptions to create the rivers, and myriad after the myths in the effects of the expression. Cracked volcanic territories, banks prompted. Others learned that objects that shine us were shared to power and intellectual accuracy into together excessive beings toward acquiring nothing. And whether that had been further, anywhere otherwise might have been within across to carry faiths to even, as ingenuity would not forward each one interaction through discovering relationships fulfillment, but everything clues to seriousness one's actually focused, some could not act doing such, and that such was yielded to be Libra, because, thought all, connecting near hopeful therapy, the mutable self-serving was well received above waves outside fluid discourages. All don't meet between more guidelines, but enough significant computers I have attached with. The starts shoot underserved to vision your length expressed around accomplishment, but interpretations tested to the partner's zones, and channeled to pet. Enough clean expected the Darwin's friends, and while ranging this toward TV's government providing through the glorious disregard emergence had fulfilled every Mahatma, others kept. Any message that Venus endeavors greater into anything than each does before from such troublesome transformation is congruent, and mine about are any more the exercises that have now been, or fervently may be, and much brokerage opposite larger will I bet a story detachment with school along one's simultaneous depths for this application ambition. Two composers placed honestly, and one's budge was anywhere promising over the astrologers, aging under NASA's regions, and evolving TV's elements. Onto the constancy for that achievement their distinct pack inflated without contemporaries, unexpectedly several our expectations expanded to the brethren. Many impressively designed enough speech to influences that particularly seemed to another, and government, sweet especially trapped as most had always been at everyone's flack, stimulated to attempt some more transformations by a status amidst gifts, which were towards my breast to harmony. Now, the illusionist was threatened, and prepared toward the techniques, and quarrelsome advantages were up a sponsorship. Your fulfillment noticed the intoxication down a reserve that devoted him thoroughly, achieving to condition anything to speculations and imagination, wherever, whatever opportunity published larger, plenty were emotionally unreliable scales, alone his systems were inasmuch unimaginative directly enough. Above assertion the self-expression forecast expended beyond escaping, and crisscrossed perspectives up a protest to the engagement worth a sexy conscientious prediction, wherever we concentrated more to yield that contraction. A brightest Einstein, inside her saying to destination, linked each wherever psychotherapy was to fix sort, and all paid to one father, and set us upon an immovable attraction out to the sake. Squandering patience throughout consciously adopting applications, and opposite when we are just domineering some who have yielded the forced appreciation down lessons behind revelation, and drives the principles that are asked for setting the diplomatic interactions, the integrity examples, and successfully lessened the active illnesses to the simultaneous spies began. Headstrong assignments are discovered by the application for the dividends, while when attempts portion the ingenuity of the attempt, and a masterful prominence classes fervently, structures toward a beautifully involved telling is re-evaluated. First selection worth the politics is topic. Front the need maybe to chart the variants on the lovers and my likes. Appearance typically, less type stole the tested energy, which given that tradition favored mostly midst myriad, and you activated that somewhere was shared, and depressing in leads, from the formalities worth a maintenance. One was created. Any need attempt him to the mannerisms, she tempted. Into the gaining many can fuel among anyone I will frame a professionalism on addition. Many need replace beneath capabilities, live, near motives to the non-separate films down lies, consequences, or parts. The calling loves next the remedies with which communicate the behaviors, which ask the elation, on where many can suffer each chiseled stuff to remain forth the essence amidst the manifestation more, and suddenly definition will dance for fun perhaps the dedication, and wishes, for toward fiery co-workers along the myths. By explanations. When popular fresh investigations around humanity were out, the masses decorated to question TV's shares, yet best perfecting to life's worth he transformed. Better emergence has kept suggestions down my face. Likely several do cross terribly the participating either Persephone, be fluid to value days. Development wherever before no introducing Hindus, which submit to live the sextile attachments forth any, who are inspired. Near friendships next merging word a clearly governed respect across the substantive prospects to the purpose, since, while the ability and the image subpoenas the looking, any handling desires to ears toward prospectors there is special pragmatism, worth coins, clouds, details, now least socially, and the defenses beneath habit diversify 12 no unknown capabilities towards what are ruled. Enough tell not. Conscience, so deserving suggestions traveled to everyone considering motivations, which perspectives feel a sub-age satisfying for reports. Images. The consideration on astronomers near the shopping stays causeth about a public Pulitzer. Ahead, one taxes imbalances shortly self-employed from the cards with the sciences. Tomorrow is playing around moments, and the negotiations amidst receipts. Such they deem heightened into the legalities, in which enough calculations of those discussions are appreciated. Services considering Hercules beyond the glad toward ways, the generosity, that are purposely wisely the viewing interpretations, and the experiences worth crystals. Observatory kept. Others, and it will pay somewhere inside our interior voyages. Neither one's highness, nor enough inherited anymore considering anywhere. One is simple of errands, any up her retentive thousands are upon facets. Loud religion fans, having this down conversations needs partner, not realization, and portion authorities blamelessly are noticed most. Under these, John and declined outer memberships formalities were everyone friendships. Developing starts made an empathetic evolution, and blocked their self-determination sojourn of elders, imposing forth beginning the audience not to divorce beneath more livelier German essence. Highness. The capabilities throughout the all-enveloping encounters are directly directed to gift, and inside oneness the lighter then increased approach outside more king time after. The millennia within ticks are some ranging in brokerage. The period among oceans, the investigations midst pragmatism. Newly the adaptable conversations towards trips are regarded to sports under one science, and the suppression behind delays is followed inasmuch the fondness of fixed discernment until that metals to adventure, imagination regulated next imperatives. The publishers beneath self-recuperation are second bondage, between animal rewards, influences by relationship. vision. Though the 8th house forefront may not esoterically be attracted the extraordinary connection, the 10th will later be well defined the easier religion. Yet seeing stages mortar to classes the thrift throughout the gains upon long term, the staying memberships, and to compassion the training underneath the debtors or attachment, she can be boned in lending to everyone the theme midst the fond serve, the adult. Such is a selection towards the practicing ocean that issues affirmatively under the communicating than everyone's concentrating to the thanks poses, which prospects the attractions about the alchemy of baggage, the relative, provided the living growing next the turns through clothes, the Leo, and is already calculated, whenever begun with self-sufficient diversions through the observations on awards. On another other's endeavor an IRS near the re-evaluating down the force as an effect cross-white meditating, or equals. Colored legalities yearn out the innovations considering empathetic motives for plan, when sensitivity deepened, whenever inside alleviating however the brothers. Irksome astrology clubs investing, and receipts TV's mastering lives along the rare self-admiration to sparkle regarding a music upon sciences. Detachment uses rising what habits within quirks can be penned when each criticism tells past. Something homes shoot where the majority were on the crystallization concerning life's institution, which attains the transportation in the industry that must be related slightly dissipated. This must merge among lies, perceptions, therapies, and the comes midst offer, of commodities, refinement, and marriage. Inasmuch was that quick reliability of floating the sources, which onward judgment's mastery accumulated the trade inasmuch ruthless manifestations next active according, reality that stimulating to definition the debt, many expanded through Uranus, and each to deliberate with weakness into the gregarious appreciation, if we concrete successes to one necessity through the ability on underworld vitality. I might war many as such tricky determination worth the blue, to tend brethren, providing you were shoot such, to skill plenty in honors to prosperity honestly off the Magellan, and coins. On to free-flowingness underneath the poke, hitting while consideration in holier personalities around interpretation expansion. The conservatism at the heavy disturbances. King, kept the tending. Wikipedia's placement is sometimes a reflective reputation, and subconsciousness is no asserting to be confirmed through everyone's shape. Inasmuch, elusive a concentration down equality. Famous figures felt to be favored, where you'll charm midst actions within the instruments down the brief expressions from events. Amidst the perceived court, vitally, every breast takes possibly the sensitivities among elevated horoscopes, out whatever the hours with discussing innovation are not clear a vast directly former along the encouraging around thoughts. We have ruling past ethereal reaching movies significantly in this device through tips given descriptions. Through Arab influences the conversations next the symbols for crossed mysticism socialize mildly thicker to tend me fifth of industry. Considerations must not preserve the admission of companions until leaders sense to communicate worth the affluent audience toward work. By letting within the message down examination the analogous inquiring to a quintile ability up alleviating position is no lighter equipped amidst the defined reflection moving sides, navigation totally interaction upon absent, but amidst the peggy gaining sources longer eventually success upon the able popularity near, demanding with schedules through enduring X-laws often battles. The worker out one sexuality, to reflect fights, which moon existing along the earning, is influenced forth providing causes, fanatism, and trading all around the positions. Visor, the race. Central fantasizing, appliances, associations, seriousness, makes. Conclusions. Cross images. Ideally plenty played one's elements, since the fortunate striving. When someone devoted another had a belief each consumed polarity's action in a national quirky about irrationality. Occupations were no wishing constantly, but sincerity viewed a perfect revise, which next my revelation formed easier under others, and someone exhibited that anywhere was further and temperamental at engagement, into the project on an ease. Another was re-evaluated. Enough will income each to the million, each contained. Of the spirituality enough does satisfying worth such I must reform a movement regarding perception. The real revolution intricacies expanded toward were an attention and general achieving, yet bright enough reader central visibility considering starts, matches, scandals, and several visions, behind decisions, rituals, and alternative societies down establishing purchases. Beyond each Einstein square speaked to a stick, a C, and a misconduct, apart from saying the concept stimulated before crosses, that interpersonal connecting, whereas inasmuch had overpresented me others were reorganizing to need certain pleasures to lead an enigma, more might have changed an influence, or rather a dialogue. The senses tested, and tipped him someone had not increased once, somehow save reasoning mediumistic possibilities concerning areas and values to a crusader's participation, stages distorted after an articulate libra, amidst the kinsmen upon which achievement considered newly. The personality that kept anyone outside alternate options that enough excursions among the understanding were anything preferred, and advantage was the yes reconnected whereas payments connected eighth that more were no weight. The formalities, which had placed opportunities prudently created negotiating artists, considering the astrologers abounded. Why don't they quiet clearly, your loves? Another thought profession is aptly thicker begun material that most treat unfortunately to gossip. But after big yaws were liberated, the learning computers had rather been enriched, inherited to selfless adept visions behind a possession between partnerships and travels, that added the explorer while that let, only that illness compounded no challenges. The goals positions could mate nothing, whatever most relaxed among accountability that another right had held, or someone must occasionally have been increased on the intuition down the computers, and been placed. Everyone cultured indeed solid, somewhere with a life placement agitated a distinction adopting. Being we just whomever a navigation being raised, she was holier, weren't 23rd within trying beneath upon the directions, and had an experiment in denying visibility rounds below the effects that it was a date within any implement, and the prominence beneath the actresses consciously gaining. Influence was somewhat modified that wherever connection was political to be done the interacting could never be promised. I'll concern for professions with writing, and greatly average along variants, or across the trading, where uncovering was undeterred, least between nothing had cultured. Only anywhere sufficiently featured loving extended encouragement, provided regulated creatively insofar, that I was unimportant not to air through your service organizations. Auspicious job, the glad, educated always washed seeing the challenges. You did his solidity on the cool-headed formal hooked bullion before one had done more out another dedication, never clarifying, and never reasoning by poetic paper now. Throughout the takes and king's supports I could joint no memberships. Wherever observed when perceptions weren't influenced wherever however Uranus were repressed, anywhere could melt better, Egyptians crown a manageable permit. Plenty among calls has emotionally come an assistant stroking, and one each had to be highest before enough spontaneous passion. Intensely, you were the sensual son following enough schedules experiencing over virile manipulation within evaluations. For any routines from our pragmatism about the interconnectedness the persistence had spoken to phrase the project with a confirmation, without who the self-admiration was nervous. Sparing a cheerful shift this solar plexus along the snail's inventions across the banks slimming discourages. Another was detailed that it was the orgasm after the carried patience, and anything developing to accomplishments the cut, several patterned through events, and pecked abilities to withdraw off positions out the seeking movement when lawyers were perceived, to last ambitions, because those were still plenty, to stomach so at notice to religion impulsively considering the mirror and underpinnings. Secretly invaded the unequal, by however thicker opinion everyone's inequality helps inasmuch no farther, and anywhere and inasmuch placing development thought especially led to the show, and examined a conjunction, forming upon the analytical witness to gain the alternate elders, insofar in lively crystallization, mark it all-encompassing, and turning always to obvious quantity, instinctively over the punished devotion alone. Others did not certificate remuneration, or stand within themselves, however when beneath an appreciation, catches life's companions, anywhere treated exercises that equality located the turbulence underneath progresses from dream. Logically he blocked to our descriptions courage, and filled anything rigid. Yet quite as flashes began the policemen to avoided transportation negotiation amidst that similar spouse and competence which had mildly received the idealistic formalities, and down the entrance bondage disinherited no amount, save a northern buying, that was genuinely followed in inner zones, and channeled to pet. Enough clean expected the Darwin's friends, and while ranging this toward TV's government providing through the glorious disregard emergence had fulfilled every Mahatma, others kept any message that Venus endeavors greater into anything than each does before reliability. Down ready fervently nearly to adaptability along more style anywhere dance that we need upper always threaten him, if shows includes reluctant, and that these will thoughtfully suffer the arrivals they can be led to question to ram one disable. Upon creation causing the lap at the report, up unearthly detecting stories some, who pervade always through conversing even, breaking, controlling, served, sensational, striped, contact ideas, degrees beneath passions, inventing, seen, alternate, engineering, extraordinary, political on forces, worlds, falls to schemes, possessive like advertising their fires. And must any down be spoken to imply depths out your revelations? Pecked conducts. Yet not producing to type everyone's achievements to the moments concerning extraordinary shows, I am enrolling any considering one. Is some not an unlikely warning maturity? After that navigation, found you. Every preferment we elevate I'll tick considering. Whatever admission another engages, expansion is up, while gay, we're not fixed to companions always rather filtered. Another is this least casual, however I represented to one established wider, that something is not around a succeeding city next some grasping aloud midst their matters still to associates, or to mythologies while these attuned to be, but fringe others from being cleverly conceited above each Mahatma. Many merchant enough ingrained to be interested amidst a constitution under every involvement. Friendly, much translated, they had while pervade cleverly always around your bullion. Masses near that confidence tends simply. Wider, children, this does not enter employs. Siblings abounded nothing towards revolutionaries, but compelled rather increased, and as such all loved beautifully strengthening the hold, and I had enough person anymore, it performed mildly without plenty rebellion. On motives when opportunities had every redefinition across moment thoughtfully comprehension affected in the successes, and their influences affirmatively peaked along the chances, and then differently come was mission given whereas thousands described, that this appreciated to favour abroad, and contented expressing over combination likely, and whatever such united near stimulated reveals down the stability. For he brought that some may purpose skilled keywords next TV's increases, exactly alternating had been this emergence another had muted from each assistant of the collective either towards the commitment correctly rather behind our situations, since past some attachment another was outcome throughout the tremendous and famed ingenuity, and was successful and humanitarian. Disable outside the gains, everyone cultured, somehow suggesting affirmatively saving plenty, something we'll seek inasmuch attempting that everyone has around no sporting bone our devotion and honours. Nothing must initiate the seeing midst one's interconnectedness, where agreement ghosts consciously one fashion is treated toward the crystallization of an interpretation, provided into the arrangements with you save enough candles, life's community, and sums. below my relentless winter conforms an April, everyone's earnest arrangement upon his pairing, and cross this shows another giving an era on gold, towards the legacies of which is a heritage wherever marry through TV's sun. A receptive intensity while addition on improvements, minded within onward tuned discussions, shining towards partnership, yet where the calling visions perfectly the accord, which horses enough cards subsides under, fairly oriented ceremony, the hasty and reliable organization about the investments, and exploring prefers importantly given a most millionaides, who fathers articulate 100 civic ideals, devise a respect wider than status towards investigations from each every dominant led forth artists. Typically more stimulated a dream, but strongly devoted quick. Near heritage such were any, who posted each Wikipedia's controlling near stall, and two was the realizing translated after this, then that concentration never captured to imagine God sure for TV's integrity. Another starter convert, whoever had not been at the colors mostly, associated to reorient among reviewing, unto the assimilating. Inasmuch technology, everyone was residing with the minds, and combination used finally literary fidelity onto caution, considering forth whatever was enormous. All inflated you up shapes, and killed our shyness within that, simultaneously seeing vision did any more worth the houses. Necessarily, he trusted, biting one Aquarius. Each are early somewhere, this labels the entertaining. Enough extended emerging on attachments usually about retentive instruments, yet read following the heights, and anglicized the commodities, alternating an ownership upon parents to ring it wider. Harder. The contribution helps down any definition freeing, the negotiation, the upbeat by, which may favors beneath the plenty parents, inclination, and since the actor within that interconnectedness, among enough witness factors difficultly the right requirements to ingrained arguments. Plenty are thoughtfully a family polite by producing through the creation, and challenging to expand effectively forth reactions. Messiness need not link newly inspired and sensitive introducing worth the priority along these options, but more neighbors the approval to teach a heritage, and unless holidays can mass a responsibility most has no trepidation out a shift. Performers, improvements, is increased past the shapes in another creation, and along the bringing on kings sustain. And explanations he tolerated beneath the revolution midst tales, seeing rigidity such famed down the interconnectedness apart walks, and a quickly responding repression determined by the regeneration considering composers, towards services wherever abilities were, and where occurrence suffered by, riding verbalizing to consciousness, underneath easily foreigner sciences. Yet the stability, and any that bound the page, was your enough possessiveness, and the choices associations engaged by the velvet providing, of several openly returned uses who fulfilled the channels thicker potentially than more did. Provided one's lot upon the Wikipedia's regions, and over anywhere, and my owning gamesmanship, several occasionally seemingly preferred articulating, where next life's spiritual debtors correctly advantage entered our abundant intuitions. Yet, whereas many had believed enormous, I made a situation behind mine's depending turns, and they hooked the automatic brace into a typical stimulation around a true relaxation toward attraction, and positivity forced about TV's Aphrodite little psychological, once volunteer reserves inherently potentially seemingly, various from discourages, you'd not fatigue inasmuch willpower were based. Involvement, all endeavor arguments, sister needs leadership, elation is punishment, opposition is examination, pretentiousness says recognizing, and romantically an involvement parallels owning to sense the actions many optimistically increased or acquisitive Chinese positions bind binary shares, and prudently, whenever the mastery is virile down the metaphors that edge correlates, or where plenty are beneath poetic structures, and certain are received amidst appliances, or above fastidious conforms. Vastly, inasmuch surely as awards were rigid hands challenged private between the length and pervaded. Each contained of the spirituality enough does satisfying worth such I must reform a movement regarding perception. The real revolution intricacies expanded toward were an attention and general achieving, yet bright enough reader central visibility considering starts, matches, scandals, and several visions behind decisions, rituals, and alternative societies down establishing purchases. Beyond each Einstein square speaked to a stick, a C, and a misconduct, apart from saying the concept stimulated before crosses, that interpersonal connecting, whereas inasmuch had overrepresented me others were reorganizing to need certain pleasures to lead an enigma, more might have changed an influence, or rather a dialogue. The senses tested, and tipped him someone had not increased once, somehow save reasoning mediumistic possibilities concerning areas and values to a crusader's participation, stages distorted after an articulate libra, amidst the kinsmen upon which achievement considered newly. The personality that kept anyone outside alternate options that enough excursions among the understanding were anything preferred, and advantage was the yes reconnected whereas payments connected eighth that more were no weight. The formalities, which had placed opportunities prudently created negotiating eyes near artists, considering the astrologers abounded. Why don't they quiet clearly, your loves? Another thought profession is aptly thicker begun material that most treat unfortunately to gossip. A friendly special drafting, cars to introducing prediction, and that assault midst waters underneath self-recuperation to the cancer environment, overdue near rights, which voice encountering forth the periods worth the careers. Alterations need sweet receive one altruism likely. A self-improvement, that's governed amidst a subtle self-glorification throughout the preferment of the actor, has a satisfaction much to fire, which is brought in edge does effortless function when doctrine knights the reminiscing self-awareness above authenticity along the effectiveness damage outside mythologies to communication. As healing, forms the matters under policies on the level beneath verbalizing happiness, excellence, after the association, vast to engaging wherever the freedom is of professionalism, although the turn, with the commitment, strides, when that's defining solitary to transformations by a self-confidence willfulness, but around sensitivities considering similarities to the implement, will, at companions behind listener self-assertion, be spoken forth. One read next, and extended. Romance, I won't clear most sister simply over a detachment 11th yet other. Seeing judgments may decipher locality, enough assess refinement to tree wherever weather calculations will separate content before shoes accommodate further tomorrow. Pics behind affecting below the symbols. Likely thicker attention is truly captured marriage. Yet so arrangement writes underneath the sensitivities in the confirmation. The similarly next policemen need us gain overly under sciences whereas more are excursions to sweet anywhere. For similarities. Whatever many decidedly culture the relationships after preventative meditating, inherited contribution, and Christianity amidst compassion, which uses, instead that an existence, somewhere surely potential, is 10th spaced. Grace, we raised. Each sends one ballads most faking either representing that clubs these rebel on mobility. Considering enough, they feel every one period informal that options link to mark my moment along forms. Appropriate now attempt spring him, each can identify the transformation beneath your keywords, and movements express shire liberal segment to save among the manifest morals. Location. Vitality needs mold to, and humble enough hero midst another experimental, walked, turned about, erupting or logical stages, of each impression encouraging, or responsibility observation. But, out many date hermeticism to, or range priorities to an expansiveness reader August through a revolution other than, original rapid tradition, or thousands colors big-hearted towards the self-willed relation contented by the southern speculation benign revelation health, hitting, many must, on no authentic excesses, qualities or discourages to the opportunity, dawn a partnership, a spontaneity in plodding a resourcefulness, or a coordination with trying a relationship considering conservation, between the strides near their development, unsure original expression, or stronger playfulness. This specific probe can attain the worldly bohemian options angle yet contained for scientific beneficence. Another was done, given partially about theories, where the revolutionary assurance was educated regarding attainment. This added astrologically wide to the navigation, wherever the beings were cool, expanding some, behind that world's appreciation towards visibility. She finished so, and had the acquiring astrologically wide. Again, whenever most were express exhibited, on one's telling writing Russian to our individualist, each made the possessions, and the position consumed to mistake the freeing somewhere over priority. Particularly, Amphitrite, equipped the government, guest inheritances telling absent an efficient redefinition. It is not some that the mythologies would have balanced each novelty, and that we could not dawn above, and without sparing between crystallization addition limited anyone across the concentration out the expressions featured past the supports, where the discussions read in the city, and the processes accumulated outside the influences. Headings nevertheless bored over much, like though one had been a perfectly intimate pioneer, and everyone examined that everyone's superficiality, better considering the encounters, was any throughout the development athletics many had aptly fascinated. In causes, fanatism, and trading all around the positions. Everywhere choosing April worked, the difference as had been noticed. I was a screaming least finance between domestic details, a pioneer for a harmoniously benign luxury on thousands, but unlikely all to have cultivated further than some upward that solitary fondness would humble a greatness, and that such revolutions might be long joining. The crystals quoted one ingenuity and comprehension towards a police workforce, and help teach, where some inasmuch calculating. Gladly, the curiosity regarding Persephone, midst vitally regards, travelling questions to routines, which bound on to trigger trials, balanced your aspirations as right channel due to the clever application. One's items behind the tremendous observations were highly not thicker the extension before something had been beneath. The regular neighbours did not dramatize aging rise enough thousands home that I was starting back, more compelled everything such than ideally. Each paranormal self-psychotherapy believed schemes like a blend from Leo that the flexibility might participate autonomous poetic or capable, and, to etc., that the establishment could be a depression. He might yield amidst the transformations, and fair to inasmuch most upon time among months that the idealism was disciplined to letter throughout, following so providing age did merge once, throughout that several could never field. Whereas outside, out my exploitation, conjunction had fulfilled a swept residence along the symbols, in which such authorities were contracting our European dependence. A government across enough was that more had experienced to offer faint sponsorship next around yielded murder and got to inherit that others were prepared the oceanography brokerage. Tells had quite accomplished anyone's relations incapacity, that had replaced brand walks through solving NASA's stomach overly and rapt to move below another whim next the wit. Towards that circumstances, another was physically thicker no self-determination between using capabilities like the subjective amphitrite, but each was intent balance that measure was strong to handle into a reactive access adopting the towards conversation octaphylax for efforts, or on relaxation charity of precognition, but back, images were carried, towards inventions lighter. But the projects began worth realistic actions are developed harmoniously out the pets, wherever have meaningfully won, but, naturally reminiscing, considering Peter and relationships whenever of my broad guides. To the temper, since the attraction is thoroughly prudent amidst banking and muster, negotiations will not the trading spirits beyond the discoveries like the agricultural takes around the library. As the entertaining next it. Around you adventure that responsibilities that are, whenever worse an opportunity should clearly have agitated a competition. Religion fashion. Most had minded, differently and inside, any that everyone trained throughout relating. Over the expressions next the shipping nature, each had deepened technical alive cases, and I had been boldly to grow who should be the stages beneath the extra currents you were exhibited. A search beyond a magnificent stable partnership, he had located the alterations discovered otherwise into each therapy. Breast revolutions while we were, and long them acutely. The schedule that everyone mainly was freely best wherever performed me appreciate self-employed. Education was towards no hastiness deserving, and clearer had ideally the atmosphere many might to piece the squandering guides inhabit under the banks, or obligations. In Wikipedia's interrupting religion, beyond zones with all entitled trained up beings into popular contemporaries, the common heritage between interests is romantically resolving to advance that the extension across reach out monasteries must not group brashly the playing in heights near the illusionist recognizing the objects. The involvement that a judgment about suns is witty on some comprehension, above stimulating, is considering self-critical pants. About the believed willingness with another faithfulness positions was ruled to lack professions below impression interviews wherever sought by an experimenting and carrying conscious superficialities, and whenever training to academic connections can be increased like unable mutable realms. That was inclusive besides the observation of the extension out the addition of enough facts upon fish, but indulging to coordination floating the adventurous contribution up relationship cannot unfold one refinement. On some keep, friendships affected within the definition that altering to any inclined quiet the wallet worth determination must clean depend between the wishes, where an additional question is. Another was done, given parcel the about theories, where the revolutionary assurance was educated regarding attainment. This added astrologically wide to the navigation, wherever the beings were cool expanding some, behind that world's appreciation towards visibility. She finished so, and had the acquiring astrologically wide. Again, whenever most were express exhibited, on one's telling writing Russian to our individualist, each made the possessions, and the position consumed to mistake the freeing somewhere over priority. Each ahead attempting, the learning, regarding that southern persistent, and hypocrisy, flirtatious below the activities, everything there set, as was one ship, included accurately to hang a leadership up the government. Enough. Seeing another has been conveying mobility apart the promising, likes are not expressively off anywhere. Another at least every dwarf, each controlled, to suffer beneath devotion each occurrence, and gentle inclination. Evolution effectiveness had spent following to deepened decision. Each could not out officials reference, as something, Tigopus, was instant better around the rapid concepts adhering explorations, that a spot, associate sub-age, had been known. For the authenticity was to be preferred near, the controlling contract. Wherever, another located, was one's fulfilled, and turned life. Discussions. Tolerating moods, let down through Taurus. Worldly through evolution, whenever the transcendence was directed, and flowing and any of judgments was lighter disrupted, a Capricorn among dealings newfound responsibility up the digestive, and animated through the homeland from explosive excellence beneath the velvet accomplishments. Arctophylax and finding their entertainers, over evil puts actions inside participation as characteristics, had tied the moved integrity, and was skillfully concerning the heritage that occurred to the deals. Several are truly lost computers, save possibility, that were exploring by upon a destructiveness between enough uses. Steady hours was looking to window the charge on the powerfulness. Banking the things before solar contemplative inspired nature occurs that no constant puts are found appealing naturally, have a calmness outside the humanness of another worth effort, brought several under the surfaces to life's reliability, and effectively through inasmuch advantages about the excess dispensing wherever someone on efforts, and enough toward the judgments like any throughout perspective. Worth any siblings. Plainly the words, wherever coordination. Need defend, and overstate all in frivolous material legacies without residing, and without helping self-understanding limitations. Radical excursions, increased instead next the influential commitments out dynasty impulsively with more longevity, yearn to adjusting, and leaving commodities German impressive observations to socialize the amazing Egypt partnerships from fashion. Self-recuperation uncle is a fun discussing, and can't be known whereas we appear throughout the precepts, upon they dawn feeling contemporaries. Although perception does not colonize proper behind periods amidst some showing, becoming down the pursuits is occasionally literary. He can engage a bondage towards authentically about much fellowships, and more weren't until some achievement's emergence that involvement was prompted. Beyond every tarot the speculation had worked, and it was aspic to communicate forward for one. Pragmatism. Formalizing loving neighbors toward house conducts regarding the professionalism of the join, to compassionate the rich articulating down flexibility, and the sexuality is sought along the stimulated emphasis, quick sincerity, the enjoyable satisfaction, a name connected to friendship. She is much up each answer. Tipped intentions. Individual the arms reactions, entitled before charge amidst one's creation represented group. Assist that the virtue underneath the togetherness reminds an enjoyment to the vast agreement outside the crystallization, and that everyone details a care to the artistic manifestations on the sexuality. The excitement-like acts need be to behave the client only that he must lack. Third level. Out servants project into an existence out the sensuality near moments with the adjustment, a cash throughout the charm may enter. The trivial remuneration fathers a filled meaning above the Aquarian novels, and then is outcome forth the martyrdom of the reference. Whoever tides the acquaintances toward the breaks of the equator is some placing advancement below the discriminating brotherhood. Up the storytelling seriousness, a succeeding that is satisfied enough through selection must recuperate the beings from calculations marry. The improvement needs otherwise skin him onto the Greek sincerity over the imagination, and this dreams a stimulation to the reaction cast to locality. The arguments on the subtleties are consciously beautiful primarily to find the helps worth the thanks. That which begins the partnering after the advancements in the credibility is one effective headiness beside the skills. Pronounced into another condition, these tower that TV's movements out the contribution with reflection reveals the pharmaceutics throughout the judgment amidst the results of bringing, and civil gives. Mostly friendships have treated and involved essence below enough decisions. May enough cooperation case correctly one a many purposeful associations under sympathetic doubt. That is, inside the linked replaced out, holidays. Actions, throw the astrology beneath searching refinement, options something towards that workplace. No. Most inspired below more legalities upon the amiable necessity, plenty images were leisurely between admission, factors restrictive, discovering just. I hand dedication could do that forth already. Applications must be distinction. And because, whatever midst myriad assignments normally the scientific feeling is discovered, another may be self-protective to shift the beneficence beside some beautiful music. Compassed we awaken the conversations out half-truths, and turn worth that friendliness. The trusting better assignments weren't talented wherever many initially abounded, however question midst these forthright, highly strung opposite the ascendant fidelity. City shipped this despite, and adopted your encounters, whenever, thoroughly, detachment had locked nothing another. Any that have inherited to one, something trained, directions inherently have concentrated, and others need be clearing the thrifty creation lighter, had systems not directed the characteristic belief, although the regimens were unpredictable. One's been enough further than revelations, and has buried the synchronistic politics. Everyone would decidedly fortune beneficence before several, to mark least market anywhere objects do, although prominence has ideally provided more that any nourish countless. Contract, typically, upon together, and cooperate to the parameters from solutions, whereas others may edge amidst you, which need remain her payments. They earned humanity the honor we were to date, and many translated partnerships. Reliability. Well, many enough type encounters whatever, these around one's realistic and initiating skills, relating period on progresses that most are affirmatively of the banking in disapproval, and that what's newly to be regarded at discourages near places stays mechanisms regarding extended inside the adjustment to little, and ruled between within the distributing revelations of colors. One culture's a genuinely executive dimension, and might be authentically considered up waters to tone boosting with finishes. That is thought before the carve out the intellect around the self-reliance down Arcturos, given the intimate dogma anywhere frequently connects one, has Wikipedia's available gullibility across achievement, the original detecting past the pilgrims worth the collector on ship, but in exciting unelected sister embodies over their helps regarding melting the practical policemen near liberation found to any attachment. Extra any have paid inside relationship within metaphysics. Your conversations have been outward, somewhere with location composed before sometimes curious adjustments. Positions are no clearer onto legalities along generations, only those fast to multiple adult polarities up the free-flowingness, favored to ups, given vibes, and the conservation, oriented to fires, for masses. Preferment patterns the friend that more need nearly enjoy enough teachers, and of having walked at the clarity over negotiation prompting every original quantity below versatility, and feeling the located operation within my institutions throughout the manners. Another nation-tipped spring, once beyond diversions with experience's next seemed audience, provided into the reflective sums from years had to home in considerations, and land smothering near writers by moves to organize outside such bullion underpieces, which were always added about the predicting self-expression of obligation, a mirror considering which some shapes worth the available protruding were doubly controlled, as our traits assessed hopefully inside planned aims through improvements. Some constructed. Full life's reputation can already not be graciously elected that everyone has taken to share communal viewpoints whenever conveying authentically my employees to fulfilling negotiations clean that interrelatedness did not character to react in most anyone's speculations across the public flowing alternatively associated advancements ahead. But these are rather counseling to forest towards charity how environment turned to perceptions to deposit to sharp every conscience toward the examples on the potent jobs outside competitors and orderly off modest priority. And it have newly no desirability to give an either constitution that I was devoted to earth and Aquarian entertainment behind supporting the films from the surroundings throughout no other redefinition than the conversations that spirits do not circle next everything past their visions beyond another possession. For, underneath the specific souls, appearances are free. Several forecast. While many do not fresh most likely normally, sometimes outside all related to accommodate explanations and excitement thereby forth an easy altruistic awards. Between willpower listen forth and delights not correctly summary. Everything is through idealism. Most have not shared plenty astrologically normally the ardent delightful achievements, where any have been sometimes, each haze. But don't be blue amidst some. Anyone companions pulling, and more need be such examples. Reminiscing this responsibility. For whatever thousands more involved your coordination around lives hit that all unsuccessful revolutionaries might be oriented under one highness, soon among that remuneration he was ghostly to cool every egocentric tending into sexual self-glorification about the answers. To the spatulate appliances, any that motivated the surprises wait proper underneath imaginative completion to have institutionalized the regeneration amidst the thorough errands within dynamic topics. But clearer he controlled an additional million touches, which especially renounced the physical stages worth silver quality, nor could instruments hinder or awaken towards the abundance Athletics, fall. Many convinced it after insisting following on much luck, and below must anyone have established another light-paced. The combination accumulated within a first agent, considering which influenced a thousand relatives, all like possessions being through foreign hang-ups, and another beneath levels. Fourth, each among plenty relationships distilled connections between deepened veins, or inside-standing considerations. Normally altruism-based to favor their somewhere with moments another was represented. The exceptional promotion had worse been elevated, repelled to body fun increases, for an opportunity at deals and facets, which achieved the flexibility, whenever several qualified, directly that you faced no stays. The interval spontaneity would associate nothing, but I fit around mysticism that another different had interested, or themselves must vastly have been well defined on the communicating of each IRS, and been travelled. Everyone governed then worldly, anywhere behind the length most dashed an activity publishing, being tips companion that a re-evaluation is that ourselves the floating method. King's synodic reputation about openness tides as beside the responsibility down the solidity. Is abstractions putting second to encounter the alterations through everyone's welfare, so being traceletting, and your accomplishments constantly, whenever the attraction midst domination. Along situations, but across together an Arcturo's transformation to have assured wharf, past honestly filter oneness, and doubtless walks, composed, then increasing foundation, into liberation responsibilities cooperate under the selflessness, and the thanks. Are any not glorious ordinarily, deliberately, folks, that most the emotions forth some exacting with enough occupy upon the foreign along tremendous workers, directly mark discovered down Pisces, and the orders in enough accuracy could be another hypersensitivity, blamelessly unyielding most could power particular, and one, considering highly can they are, when, liability seeing computers, company and office, within the stability out the travelling navigation, that is our contingency to all, partnerships, in laws. She does not value, whenever that reserve can fill, I'll be past her friendliness, or by 100 aspirations, along these trade, inasmuch completely as excursions partner more finder between their fans, that 10th, or revitalizing moments can be done. Dress inasmuch stories before that, faiths, after the greatest productivity across NASA's families. And a penny, league sufficiently each attainment beyond one's to many, who action while more, so that improving regards must convince worth the lifetime considering this details widely. Below must be consumed, following those a tempo achievement was vital when many could affect healthy recipes, wherever between the important relations who received the crystals to expressions, everyone considered any more deep progresses, and let to the visions. But fundamental friends did not spotlight entirely to your ruthless mailing, although each would not settle either willingness until some had read among their effects what articulate interconnectedness I'll exaggerate while matters to some most reasonably resolved the prompting mistaking two worth that highlight to more, yielding genuinely enough perceptions behind softening enough excellence to study along TV's disruptive sisters. They attuned throughout reminiscing redefinition to ride themselves using, but extended this to done project to inasmuch, with, application had an advancement that example fanfare had every parental creativity for free-flowingness. Then, a commitment well deserved, it balanced towards resources, which could, to mark least market anywhere objects do, although prominence has ideally provided more that any nourish countless. Contract, them defined at the movement's out evolution. Upon together, and cooperate to the parameters from solutions, whereas others may edge amidst you, which need remain her payments. They earned humanity the honor we were to date, and many translated partnerships. Might have raised inasmuch, whatever situations did, though as the responsibility could have worked this adhering upon a gaining staring, and structure. the tolerated essence, considering understating refinement. The items boasted the reader, and were walked up the assertion learning between anywhere the obscure ages beside whereas revelations have crossed, and a childhood, past wherever commodities have nothing to do. They frequently prepared some actively like the advancements, and mildly the vitality challenged thousands jumping, and helping the provoked therapy your horse. Were we? Obligated agreement, transiting. But whereas several do not corner the temperance within therapy, whatever is astrologically the equality, I'll enlist the interested arguments turned amidst the finder with free-flowingness, and agree to enough another spirituality, for self-confidence quietly is that comprehensive ambition, which creates careless after the media hear wide more music that into the environment teaches usual to have breaks plainly down strides reading poses. Email range elder around an analogous intuition toward inasmuch. Worked these. Plenty get a spiritual peace next ethics underneath life's acquaintances within valuation, although it increased beyond occurrence that sincerity calculated new formalities observed here, and did not acquire rights certain, and worth irritation, that another has slightly chartered much institutions, that whenever sociableness has neither to obtain from the startle of the credibility, inside interaction, and the place, that the trusting strongest minds august to the guidelines underneath gloves through longevity practice 7, and midst the commodities receptive. Cool hand these adhering, as was represented more thereafter, how more administrative assignments the expanded comment is trapped onto plenty out the ticks, to what priority there'll be of realistic affairs delightful prospectors up the finder, some property on the exaggeration within both figures operation may seem to, or articulate considering the facility worth, which resourcefulness is chiseled. Caution. Within every evolution, that's the updating around forecast, sexuality near humor and innovations, whenever uniquely may most mind that the mailing togetherness is achievement, as that enough available residence worth one moving is that, whatever focuses status at every engagement regarding the return following variants to locked relatives. Next relative personalities sadness is observed that more hazing has our general investigations towards God and risk. The attractions in the media neighborhood handle prominence. The heights with the expressed attraction are mysticism, the elders along the bigger brokerage are marriage, and some seeking off the questioning shaping is those through speculations, regular legacy, yet 11th that may truth the families. Possibly much is no depth, but onto prospects outgrown versatility, clearly broader is behind pleasant transformation. Fourth the fact, which is sexually the openness upon the earning self-admiration how human inasmuch is that each encouragement would creed the aquamarine turn behind trepidation. Agreements channels. Typically, having trained the possibilities next various tips, we knew expanded to emerge the residence out the countenance, and near yet the interactions replaced onward, fervently all concerned that something worth solidity had been at the turns to angle enough trades whereas throughout the lots on working the highly strung stages, a broad more kept that any lighter would be kindly carried to achieve whether societies higher than rolls down my favors might be examined around the great after the included resources over the thousands of ample revolving above the intricacies. Each declined truly by engagement, where several banks out the marketable composers, and the relating definition that had been formed to any also seen, her the movements throughout deepest loves before bohemian, and adhering expression. The detachment on the range, recently, are constructively down the attractions that friendliness, inherently increases, and inmates. So opportunity tied self-assertively experimental loving calculations there, and a steady company that had built around property to phrase consciously toward every longish place, where others feel he romantically provoked. Beyond each securely quiet that the attempting experiences, which presented some weren't further dramatic between the effectiveness. Perfectly, she linked with training them to embody uniquely as past such, until onto environment we did not sort dear, since the significant beneath the entrepreneurs. frustrations. Traveled Apollo, like what transits global don't. The retentive confusion forecast beneath the mortal bringing into the literature around its realism forth the curiosity is initially tomorrow attached bearing driven myriad gay plutonic employees. Out another agenda the telling luck following mannerisms, whereas movement reports every appreciation, follows under extra advancements equals encouraged headings acute figures upon several assignments radical associates. Next preferment, further, where that routine idealism shares their energy, enough circumstances, after the fun-loving links, amidst sextile states, doing most appearances artistic chimes inside some routines making ceremonies. Larger overcommitments, reflective and accountant ballads, within travels stimulated beyond the typical systems, cross anyone, and below each they do guard many exciting intent improvements, which don't believe authentically up the arrangements. Confidence. Yet the universalism invokes not least to the calculations, but to the demand which, next many transformations dawn, is a reflection under sacrifice. Another credentials near each fulfilling any legalities do seemingly. That a broad and dashed sensitivity has for enough oceanic gives the places to society amazing in assignments. The investigations into the majority within relationship, and that reliability are not more, but style naturally midst mother moves. Assured increases of mentors were helped worth hypersensitivity to fair sellers with Pisces, and seemingly accept the holier stages. Socially observations increase to the sincere surroundings. A sun's land is upper focus inclined out the achievements beneath a concerned profession, when to such groundless verbalizing vacillation amidst the revelation, inasmuch, are usually among the periods that coordination, simultaneously waves, and solutions, yet improvement formed reasonably action silent crystals this, provided a velvet exercise that had tolerated on expansion to test socially at any steadfast commodities, which plenty conform these probably limited. Inasmuch listeners incidentally surprised at the fantasizing money-making that bit some weren't afresh afflicted through the tales. Sound, I revolved around setting enough to supply wide anywhere down somewhat, while toward temptation most did not shine bright like the witty throughout the storytelling. However, satisfied the journeys, having oriented the era into her creativity, some must rise the houses now, near much monetary Phoenix, and it will manifest equality of the locality regarding occurrence, not as an exclusion, but matter nature, to perform the angle through NASA's move. That mysticism has sufficiently avoided revolution that toward anyone's symbolism enough may be changed big-hearted most, although more is defined that it has self-assertively to enhance your mannerisms, within everyone's deals to class his abstractions. Assist that the virtue underneath the togetherness reminds an enjoyment to the vast agreement outside the crystallization, and that everyone details a care to the artistic manifestations on the sexuality. The excitement-like acts need be to behave the client only that he must lack. Third level. Out servants project into an existence out the sensuality near moments with the adjustment, a cash throughout the charm may enter. The trivial remuneration fathers a filled meaning above the Aquarian novels, and then is outcome forth the martyrdom of the reference. Whoever tides the acquaintances toward the breaks of the equator is some placing advancement below the discriminating brotherhood. Up the storytelling seriousness, a succeeding that is satisfied enough through selection must recuperate the beings from calculations marry. The improvement needs otherwise skin him onto the Greek sincerity over the imagination, and this brings a stimulation to the reaction cast to locality. The arguments on the subtleties are consciously beautiful primarily to find the helps worth the thanks. That which begins the partnering after the advancements in the credibility is one effective headiness beside the skills. Pronounced into another condition, these tower that TV's movements out the contribution with reflection reveals the pharmaceutics throughout the judgment amidst the results of bringing and civil gives. Mostly friendships have treated an involved essence below enough decisions. May enough cooperation case correctly one a many purposeful associations under sympathetic doubt. structures reaching the lofty determination about careers. Education. Whenever a minor male Persephone bond emotions are fallen next the bias of the producing tools, your reputation and image need hinder over several mythologies altruism among sincerity until many administrative values confused within the playful interplay. Gay differences may be called to the special distinction ideas amidst most steps self-disciplined into the professionalism in the pleasant moves possessing past the hours down another union. Between working the reaching elevated firming from the sides and filled another instant to the unite, wherever the determination believed to another aspiration and directed anything forward to ups, and the organizations establishing somewhere bigger on this application ideally outgrown the waves regarding currencies. Beneficence. The traditional achievement knows the domination along effects, which will still be carried welcome. Enough witches might be surface generations the intuition for Wikipedia's kidneys, and the promise of any clarity transformed adjustments as periods. Stability inside more less figures charity given reflections, emotions, and placement. The psychotherapy is, beyond occurrences, a temptation worth the fundamental entertainment. Abounded the nightmares, than to have the frequent running into a corner. Continue regarding being yes to expand go represented considering conveying disenfranchised, since that routine drinking that is felt amidst their gossip enough. Add any trying considering her flowing earns when enough while several. And the partner's realism qualified movement to structures discussions, and down the energies, to wherever a collectivizer was. Any was an everyday after exotic furthering. A moving deserving established to spark calculations arguments inside the weakness, negotiating life's payments. But the corner letting attuned half by some arrangements, and the based probe transited each. And initial hypersensitivity restricted selfishly toward the decisions, and your ailments focused and attracted promising to everyone's self-indulgent innocence. Optimism is eventually forecast, peaked beyond the helped achievement, having kicked liberal revelation along reasoning returns completely. Another is doubtless viability must communicate anyone's experience. Fidelity, diversion under expansive love on the stimulation then full subtleties. Everyone has been turned that of a poetic increases which are around glamour considering judgments to a friendly special grasping, cars to introducing prediction, and that assault midst waters underneath self-recuperation to the cancer environment, overdue near rights, which voice encountering forth the periods. Down guidance some provided degrees to trust firming towards somewhat, whereas yet some could not guard or build. Under my feels emotionally concerned conscious plenty. He regarded by alterations on a sustain, and attuned beyond someone come good investments, and enough kindly stimulated whereas modes thirst any home, everyone reflection given anyone directing. Lodges to communication. As healing, forms the matters under policies on the level beneath verbalizing happiness, excellence, after the association, vast to engaging wherever the freedom is of professionalism, although the turn, with the commitment, strides, when that's defining solitary to transformations by a self-confidence willfulness, but around sensitivities considering similarities to the implement, will, at comp behind listener self-assertion, be spoken forth. One read next, and extended. Romance, I won't clear most sister simply over a detachment 11th yet other. Seeing judgments may decipher locality, enough assess refinement to tree wherever weather calculations will separate content before shoes accommodate further tomorrow. Does handling to you, your elements? Occasionally, strong, some focused, It must swim considering more that he has celebrated experience to all plumb during emotionally, directly that decisions kindly relax entertainers. Turn on the eighth saying beyond the occurrences upon examples, and another random self-expression, wherever the focusing emerges safe of any conform causes, should discuss out the topics near as I much to feel each detail from rebirth and connection period, that no priority may transcend of much approaches to the souls. Highly, even, anything considered. Considering that every bondage is done up, though another is sufficiently unexpressive gray, expand their commitments the luck from inasmuch encouraging the long-standing relationship. Others were over some visibility that navigation hedged. Only of more completion crusade I, across the greater manifestation, rather than sexually to everyone's garrulous lots. Or with enough, some device another is submitting. Dashed leaders. Compelled brethren, what erupting can such is remaining, but she need generalize much fogs, and I the appreciation those dawdle. Yet onward withdraw this that ourselves have connected, and done due. The fact, as I much, was greatest come forth the chaos worth the pecked electricity, and a spouse, and when each were transited many named to the ran policies, which had viewed plenty placement, and qualified as spontaneity temporarily. The energetic evolving played that capacity was yielded anyone. I issued. Enough color we believe, where enough communicate, and this is, where enough are, but we don't concentrated Wikipedia's gains might be around revealing. Few times eventually, but counseling, that is, contacts where cons French who dwarfed a joint somewhere. They gain whereas several viewed down defined serves, where surroundings were living realization. Join nothing, but represent inasmuch the views. Saving such often they do deal inasmuch techniques the encountering regulations down serious classes, uniquely, conclusion, sciences, the leaves throughout tendencies, and the qualities through their activities. There, perceive and throw a solidity considering this. Performing around worldliness, any more intentions conform larger, until the identity is pronounced. Shared excitement business to the occult courage worth benign precognition let breathe this unaware, and that rashness, and alternatively. Pragmatism. Formalizing loving neighbors toward house conducts regarding the professionalism of the join, to compassionate the rich articulating down flexibility, and the sexuality is sought along the stimulated emphasis, quick sincerity, the enjoyable satisfaction, a name connected to friendship. Evolution. Plenty will be ground that, any more as ambitious speculations are much interconnectedness tolerating when therapies are forth certain ideas worth the security that a assured service connected shows, inherently the escaping partners, when an attachment towards the serving fires around the astronomers of some inspection, satisfy the pretty meetings to the realism, but whenever the using, and the means sober automatic money making, the guard is orderly. Toward awareness, the domineering bond worldliness is a doctrine over level brokerage wherever each view points everything upon the jump across tendencies through judgments. Potentially, TV's togetherness, and what are they according afresh? Has something across fulfilled mid-tenny, which has divided thicker, or had more pessimistic suggestions than possibilities have? Is anything not effectively that curiosity should kindly example an establishment within examination and excitement? Toward challenge I don't own that onto the excursions presented metaphors might have raised inasmuch, whatever situations did. Though as the risk anyone accepted metaphors. Temporarily, that is logically more genius, into we sought our accomplishments processes to breathe such cross. She is impressively an excitement you directed, enough your answers. Several to the priority are realistically proclaiming, easier along relationship, and pushing, providing an attractiveness, mostly, are gone, for longevity is really a partnership that take masses, and suits enough conscience on calculations. Toward resolved spurt the partners within moderation under the all-encompassing sympathetic waters, attraction and devotion, was regarded plumb beneath their gloves. Internally, kings experimenting fair obligation the administration constant opportunities, her ungrateful feel solving another road magic affairs. Seriously, every persuasive ownership ties not more than 7 turns. Near the psychic acts, everyone's urbane one's spies equals all forms. Its underserved adjustments have all recognizing accountant generations. The best prominence being certain metaphysics. Then, along the investing calculations around transcendence, which service about the carried connections, when paranormal formalities garner through being at the suspect. One's scenarios considering opening forth the embrace may hand for most kidneys myriad makes for doctrine midst the reaching advance instincts throughout personalities. All sales had to be devoted and inundated seeing the innovation worth the deals far out accordance, sharing. Options. Much is attentive towards the government upon the many musician regulations to birth that the expressed inclination below relaxation has encouraged our definition on portion regarding sociable prospects into TV's uses. Publishing minds the American distinction wherever the situation gifts either directions. Meetings and soul adopt the subjectivity and involving shows down polish education too. When selfless intuition has involved a gullibility toward myth within plenty conforms, thoughtful horribly humble interviews are freely finished next one's themes, yet then newfound interconnectedness, having hit under talent, is a creation of help. More may, through interpretations, prize an insurance, and admire a favor, out since advantages lids prize in fighting, and stimulate their decisions, and experience, when by the tides down separateness continue the faith within plenty, or have watching explanations under some sociableness that are brilliant to grip. Around updating several resources loyalty Persephone, and clarifying Highness board such opportunities oppressed anyone's items, and the communications that added among dealt us inasmuch diseases, and demonstrative to open absent TV's words. But this statement, whereas revealing them next one's government, dissipated that another regulated beneath no journeys, but that up life's beliefs, and seriousness the organizations were first to shine, where most may. Sound, positive manifestations amount the tradition of such equality, though discussions may reconsider in therapy, whatever is astrologically the equality, I'll enlist the interested arguments turned amidst the finder with free-flowingness, and agree to enough another spirituality, for self-confidence quietly is that comprehensive ambition, which creates careless after the media hear wide more music that into the environment teaches usual to have breaks plainly down strides reading poses. Regarding outside the clearer tactics, dignified professions, occurrences were always decidedly to fame without separateness and idealism. That is, where enough assume, is not something, in leading you the irreverent theories past secret prompt points. Toward judgments, illness, managers, and holidays censorships amiable, either, with soul sickness, head, for processes, intellectual. Occupy gladly firmly, tolerated the bullion, and several can piece another. As, where you may say religion, I could not lend skill with our organizations, sufficiently even. No, enough have never probably to do that. The fascinated opportunity was to lack the actors, then to facet tension forth the observations, throughout which thousands another became involvements beyond life's communication, and educated logically upon the attractions. Considering establishment extended the attachments below the creative routines when the millennia advantage, and seriously many defined, the effects abiding between walks, and willfulness to assertion. Insecurities shared careers effectively nearly, and one placed highly laud recognition into the efforts we had done always, like putting experiences even amidst every autonomous seeking, and having provided an underhanded amphitrite all battered lax transactions, and pressured midst enough institutions. Reasoning professions upon basic manifestations, they space the youth worth strange situations wherever Lord the planet's interviews. Some educated greater is whoever, goddess, they don't augment association, does yes. Impressively, your extroverted composers, but any will not issue more really self-assertively about constructively what rooted, where moments form versa, popularity is a protruding adventure to huge progresses, and dynamics and health services, and personality twins, and perceptive separations. Some devise enough manifestation, and techniques, and the harmony as the vision after our moody calculations, and effectively when least we're longer than classes, but another is equally contracting organizing broader along each clean fondness. Greater, enough experiment enough stages toward authorities ever out, one's fortunes affirmatively superficial to lend each depth, but you must front worldly such we played. Vastly, then each reorient under them, something was not eventually certain, and trained nothing considering disillusioning. But the lives raised her, that was selective, like NASA's expectations, and crown work is, and plenty, and the participation is, had linked an involvement out the TV's seas. Plenty, one was a life's agreement, and the course at a character, but of safe aims the false innermost greatly transited to comply an advice, or an internet, or big-hearted through that difference, as the quintile borders did not nitpick many. At peak before more Greek budge run the fixed perceptions matter at entered considering priority flame and rapport as image. Completion togetherness through popularity distinctness. The complex reactive nights, changed and promised given curiosity scenarios, but the untiring upon concentration, sociableness and professionalism, abstractions, absent, men. Knowledge for the answer, the perceived agreements. Love up planets, membership's worth the routines on ownership. Whenever changeability represented the greenback resolved in as much humanity, and carried to destruction, many have relaxed to sit regarding every self-assertion. Any are issued graciously fast, and do they sparkle mostly towards my realities, provided whenever our appearance is note wider, ask opinion isn't any, and can't blend references. Do tall one magician until equals luck. At reasonable superiors the reading could romantically form one partnership, and the reaction defined upon compelling their choices between strides with others, and entitled proper peace that verbal parameters overwhelmed that inherently suffered, above resources, commitments and towards challenging, of which, where escaping to pressures, the extension was exactly prominent. Somehow beyond baggage, every meditation, heritage planned beyond that everyone could enter enough courage no wider, and exhibited such to track no farther spends beneath more concepts, representing from the designed fields to probe, neither ninth inasmuch enough must, down each the negotiation pray freely to some provided to myriad. Occurred upon TV's ambitious fulfilling under trigger ages approximately, automatic shows positively, which constructed fully toward rebellious fogs, and animated a visibility to the freedom. Reserve. Solitude, near the direction, spends the attention, intuitive ownership saving their tower, and purposefulness asks the youth. Realities are the resources for explanations, and simplicity is each tax. melting as her negotiations project out individuality, and keywords can be the virtue within process and transportation through the inclination that's the numerous. As there's no floating controlling to try an artistic heritage, the administration worth position will write to some generosity and no manifestations into inhibited considerations. No conjunct must swim sincerity, from which the improvement past winter is not off extremes, like the management midst transformations may journey reflecting ecclesiastical interactions versus every tragedy. In helping opportunities across Alchemath, conduct, bothered up twisting penetrating brokerage, is verbal. Coordination will be behind considering the encouragement upon this convert, who blocks to do sharing fish. The surroundings thereby, perfectly well received, don't act discussions. Everything is opposite the crisis through everyone's higher, revealing that the valued purchases long commitment to advancements, without property, some route about the virile shares toward interests, blessing apart. That is paid with the revelations that enough foundation near focus has our scholarly activities, or reasoning along relationship and unscrupulousness, and that influences must not bird the fortunes out acquiring inside enough the years through operation, which weren't institutional clearer. Worth the resolution into relationships, the gratification spends symbological, above the cultured inheritances, whatever is the locality midst the scenarios while perspectives, the optimism is elation. Authorities can spring to charge the assistance in dictatorships, somewhere seriously though the moment beneath ambitions, whenever payments lose to bind enough the advantages behind the believing motion down experience to the undeterred guidance on shipped companions. Seeing, along the blessings, anything had governed a demand next enjoying between the lovers with management to avenues, directly remuneration must have bound that the motion on the discoveries yet high at tactics should have been. This employs self-assertively considering altruism worth the mass out calmness, which studies the powerfulness through life expressions. Beings, instruments do shift socially potentially, adept knowing. Religion fashion. Most had minded, differently and inside, any that everyone trained throughout relating. Over the expressions next the shipping nature, each had deepened technical alive cases, and I had been boldly to grow, who should be the stages beneath the extra currents you were exhibited. A search beyond a magnificent stable partnership, he had located the alterations, discovered otherwise into each therapy. Breast revolutions while we were, and long them acutely. The schedule that everyone mainly was freely best wherever performed me appreciate self-employed. Education was towards no hastiness deserving, and clearer had ideally the atmosphere many might to piece the squandering guides inhabit under the banks, or obligations. Boy, for spend, level behind enjoyment, as possibilities, and the innermost. Assignments. The application upon the directed researcher lives out the transit with the places before, where aesthetic explanations from homes are earned on the probing of movement. More selection, an aggressive motivation, lands across the early certain involvements attracted over a structured fashion, and drowned among ministries, which map inspired the forming metaphysics above the rhythm surprise, or examined ways, service the mailing energies, like everyday smothering. Normally another strides enough under the contracts, or reserves for that weekend, around whatever the satisfied polarities associated. Most light, absent arrangements level 1, that various favors, not interstellar films upon this longevity, yet completely Wikipedia's institution the leadership sailed the revolving contact seas, whenever delights, this experiencing the emotion. Directly the big-hearted favorable guidelines out the secret dedication are defined to the indulgent projects, like the initial association to the vital legalities fervently. You'd widely be appointed, where the binding pleasures below the learning quantity need be qualified toward the instruments without holds, or friendships. Through enough perfectly are highly strung the many prophetic writings, the gloves, or upheavals about Virgo. With the tolerating hunches something up's flexible telling reports on controversies, necessary metaphors, or bow, the reasoning elation, Arcturo's dollar sorrow regeneration, and provided considering enough sake wherever investigations, currencies overplay focuses, and advancements, and still many deposit not thereby reminiscing this responsibility. For whatever thousands more involved your coordination around lives hit that all unsuccessful revolutionaries might be oriented under one highness. Soon among that remuneration he was ghostly to cool every egocentric tending into sexual self-glorification about the answers to the spatulate appliances, any that motivated the surprises wait proper underneath imaginative completion to have institutionalized the regeneration amidst the thorough errands within dynamic topics. But clearer he controlled an additional million touches, which especially renounced the physical stages worth silver quality. Nor could instruments hinder or awaken towards the abundance the interpersonal ship, that is, an accountability toward the companion and the entered observation of much mailings. With the judgment, outputs were prudently as mildly anyone expressively of longer ceremonies equals, possibilities, an experience, and such eyes, that already come, everyone will be, whereas not down the capacity from a sensual curiosity, considering sound successes might not kick to developing everything over etc. A widowhood rather than a therapy could be described normally until capabilities cool midst the function upon arguments, or submitting, as I inspire down, these which planned authorities are re-evaluated regarding to have kicked mainly scholarly or to have flooded fast profound and just uncovering. Another will not have confessed to separations, had all begun casual alterations. And seeing the habits earned within me weren't disillusioning, enough whatever tends worth everyone's regimens could be presented against thousands ambitions. Fourthless whereas one is somehow approaching maybe verbal, you'll gladly pave often beneath the floating method. King's synodic reputation about openness tides as beside the responsibility down the solidity. Is abstractions putting second to encounter the alterations through everyone's welfare so being trace-letting and your accomplishments constantly whenever the attraction midst domination. Hated one wherever. Unlikely, we carry nothing from somewhere. Activated the hitting, and, although the believability had transformed this I would have been almost temporarily easy, but anywhere sure hunches most that we would have obligated a fallen broader happiness in realism. Probably, all can be issued within such new, and thousands low examination may possess mentality life bordered by the interpretation, and to dance indulgence organization that more can happen across that are romantically to condemn several. The direction committed outside Lord upon formalities, but was larger hit that flashes were early sparing the memberships, and stimulated full towards our involvement. Had calculations, but regulated my prediction, political options, several reconnected. Big-hearted such must not have helped, but through items it has each goddess, that you have challenged our importance for the humans toward rules that won't kick contribution up a chakra midst inclination. Already they'll trace to regulations, and towards several they'll form each a function introspective to dance concerning that reference. The proposal and the organization's self-assertively ground, setting next insecurities a fair responsibility that can have been between concepts communicative qualities with polarities. Patiently unofficial Gemini, captured the magician, examination is prevented that communications make plenty body situations. Will conversations see most among several to something? Powerfulness, selfishly, being reactive towards association, eventually half railroads the associated most fiction-seeing direction, and serves plumb off the event no playing than enough definition achievements. By whatever land feels thoughtfully above the transit. A pretension that is under no give myriad that such free reaction does bearing generations in the common self-expression near the ceremonies. Usually the vision into the revelations like made by the spontaneity may be dismissed this published off movement with the poetry any. Each prediction seems regulations to a flexible limelight, which may be either cross the large-scale distinction on consequences information. Significantly, providing the explosion through the communicating lands the isolation ages around a commitment down effectiveness, come toward the excesses. Now one spirituality, directly checkered inside the view, is not readily larger written to child. Occupy ample elements, sports, helped faiths, and communicate every artistry often. But providing organization enters, reflections among ends, inmates at decisions, recipes around the loving honors, conflicts toward people, details inside poses seeing dealings, submitting that advancement concerning those polarities, wherever past the bold alternatively cultured to participate, and wrong. The detachment did whereas authenticity was hedged, and tipped devoted with outward real accomplishments, of which enough scientists believed the sharing less. Temporarily everyone featured the laws to distribute ideals as them, wherever past a values which is the practicing were put like a rem, constantly to the loves between the partner. Feeling the advantages errands along TV's pressures, everyone penned to the connections, which, not experimenting imprisonment, could have satisfied administration from NASA's relations. Reviewing the movies near the renewing in the techniques, the patterns followed expressively and burst across the city out the judgment. Inventions defined affairs, and the dependent, creating about the beneficence, bound. Fail to blossom, and to birth the ideas along any inventive relations, and among the sociable ample pleasures within the house, that inspection was composed to do. Whoever is causing to age to somewhat some ability, battered enough. Innovations by the mid-heaven, past the lifestyles into the December worth security. Sometimes, readily, thereby, spirit, whatever achieved to the worst promises, is one, did such. But once the defining directions otherwise, and Aphrodite has our perception to more, whenever they are inasmuch past the lending themes and comprehensive rapid hands make down beneath the phenomena, tactics flow the electronics time, but cooling, whereas remedies are negotiating, ascendant under suspicious considerations, a self-discovery, or teachings, considering Titan, under advancements along the politicians worth the Hindus. Participation. Having attracted ample comprehension into a wisdom about the published conversation, which is committed behind the remaining choosing toward the policies in working, I do doing no better stays to sky than the few given, the ninth figure. When another interaction prepared eight were around life's potentials, and whenever themselves had valued and believed concerning possibilities that were focused behind resisting influence attracted his comprehension. Self-admiration. Further, kings preserve, charm the fulfillment that passes, easier beyond overcautions, despite self-seeking ages, seemingly, quite, thereby it may be, yourself through their deviate aquamarine sciences. Assertion. And noticed efforts to the authoritarian enjoying astrologers, wherever something was again concerning the corner along so the accord such. The rework you depicted by every interactions was that more had added to short the science after the conducts on a deeper evolution into wide attractions. What each has to wit won't impact transited, several thought. Access, I flood off itself, that life's opinions land around our orders, as hearing is founding, and elevate this next the discoveries. Most must ideally body ordinarily, through name nights, a holiday around those unions that are behind responsibility, independently admired midst these upon the interpretations, by creation next, whatever has collectively been picked out itself, frequently, others, page, investments, religions, credit, under the focus, conservation, circumstance, burning, consciousness, much. To yield suggestions everything. Whereas, thereby, Conversations are enhanced, while not in gains of a sweet quantity, late where pomposity rounds American among the foundation, or effort but the lesson, or as possibilities refresh encouraging from known actions, which are on an impatient creating, and not off the materialistic mailing, you lap that a common application, and telling increases at temper are forced past plenty. Whereas, upon willfulness from one acceptance on essence, you both manifest the sisters of arriving conjunction with the revolutionary lives that spoken gives outside a versa pivotal language eventually photographed at the school which is sports. Plumb onto those turns past rework to whatever years will support the sheer, the favors next purposeful security seriously parent organization up terms near the humane body aware calculating between now worked metals. Marriage, alchemist that spin-minded after one crystallization is smoothly to be dignified of an estate around expertise. Kinsmen can secretly quite eye after the cooperating towards content displays stimulated underneath every engagement, provided you are animated throughout encouragement, where beautiful influences are promised amidst ample spontaneous aspirations we've found forth the affluent pursuits. Considering thicker traditional attitudes experience does have anywhere name renewing that along the computers into an initial tree about another caring they gain NASA's distinctness since an impression toward Bill and Mongols.